Oh, there we go. What's going on? I'm a lifestyle and dating coach. So yeah, this is a video. I lead with 90%. 90% of what I talk about is dating dynamics and social game. So, you know, as a lifestyle coach world, I feel like men need to have a life, period. And this is outside of women though. Like they just need to have a life, right? Starting with that. And then from that life, right, breeds all type of conversations, networks, and social dynamics. Does that make sense? I'm a library person. Who the fuck goes to the library in 2025? You need to go. Caesar said, I'm a library person. Over the gym. So I'll ask you, why do you choose library over gym? And also, why not both? You said they have computers. Or I mean, my girl just broke up with me, so yeah, free. What does free mean? Do you say you free like you're a free agent, like you're single, ready to mingle? This video is also I'm gonna be giving y'all some openers. Do y'all know what openers is? Comment below if y'all know what openers are. Do y'all know what openers is? Very important. Openers is something that make sure y'all subscribe to. All 7 of y'all. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Oh, greatest resources. What is that? I ain't a lame like you. Caleb, you what? Then get off the channel, man. This is if it's lame. Black, what's good? How you doing? Where you from? Where y'all from? Nah, she wouldn't let me do shit that I would do before. Also, she had you on lockdown. She had you on lockdown, bro. So you had no life. I'm good. I'm good. Listen, library or gym? Which one do you prefer, library or gym? Me personally, what made me really like what really like deep down made me make this video probably was like I used to go to the gym, right? So I had a gym membership last year. I had a membership at LA, not LA Fitness. I had a gym membership at Planet Fitness. I started with Planet Fitness because it was cheaper. Then I end up messing that up by not paying the bill, and then I went over to the Edge, which is closer to me, and I've really never had an Edge membership like that. Um, my mom had like a little pass, and I would use that sometimes. And then I kind of know the guy that worked behind the that work in there, right? So I know the only black guy that work in there. Everybody subscribe. It's 13 of y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe, bro. I should have 13 new subscribers, bro. This is gonna be a good video because we're gonna talk about openers, bro. And why is that so important? Because the average guy is literally trying to smash women, right? He's trying to be too direct, right? He's being too frank about what he wants. What's good, Crystal? Is that my niece? Nah, cause she don't spell her name like that, but y'all names is close to each other. What's the T in the stream? What you mean what's the T in the stream? Ain't no T. We talking about I'm a lifestyle and dating coach. We're talking about going to the gym or the library. What's your preference and shit like that? Nah, you look like her too though. She's like mixed black and Spanish. So like her name is Crystal. So like y'all look kind of the same. Um so I like your hoodie. Appreciate you, bro. Hold on, let me get this guy out of here. Splinter free toilet paper was invented. Get that guy out of here too. Oh shit, I'm Puerto Rican and black. So that's what's up. Yeah. Like it's weird. It's weird. Because like my niece is getting older. So like sometimes like it was just I was on Snapchat yesterday, like it was this female that I swear to God, like she looks more like my niece than you. Like that shit is crazy as fuck. Like that shit's crazy. Like I literally follow her just so I could show my mom. Like I'm gonna show my mom. Like yo, that's crazy. But yeah, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? Cause my niece and nephew got my channel, so you'll never know. But yeah, so today's topic is a wonderful topic because it really speaks to the social awkwardness or the social ability of people. And on that spectrum, you want to be more on the side of social ability at the end of the day. Let's just be honest. Like, let's just be honest. That's really where everyone in here can agree that they want to be. What you sleeping on? Tempur-Pedic? Yeah, I can see. I get easily sidetracked and shit like that. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. But everything happened for a reason. So I kind of look at it like that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, yeah. So let's get into this topic, man. I'm happy that y'all are answering the the fucking question. I feel like the lighting is horrible though. I feel like the lighting is horrible, man. Lighting is horrible. She born in the 2000. I think so. I'm not good with like, I don't really celebrate birthdays, and I really don't even keep track of those type of analytics. So it's kind of like it's funny because every time I see my niece and my nephew, I be like, "Wait, how old are you?" Because I don't even take my own birthday serious for real, for real. I don't take none of that stuff serious. So it's like I just kind of live in the moment. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I believe so. They was definitely born in the 2000s for sure. Because I was born in 1995, so they definitely was born in the 2000s. Uh, let me see. Let me see. So I got some openers. And in this video, we're going to talk about openers. Openers is basically basic conversation starters. That's all it is. It's conversation starters. And if y'all collect enough of these, right? Or let's just say not collect. I don't think that's a cool word. If y'all have a couple of these in your pocket to say, y'all will naturally get into more attractive territory with women, right? Because from my observations, right, being direct is only cool when that woman is already highly attracted to you. You know, when she sees you how you see her. I say it again. Being ultra direct is only effective or worth doing if she sees you how you see her. This is where the whole choosing signals phenomenon came from, because I really don't even, believe in choosing signals, but there is some stuff that we're going to talk about as far as choosing signals for sure. There are some stuff that we're going to talk about as far as choosing signals. He said, I prefer to watch Aiden Ross or Ryan Garcia. Then go to the gym or the library. You could do all three, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You don't got to trap yourselves in childishness. Like, boxing is cool, but unless you're going there yourself to box, you're watching streamers box, and you're like getting dopamine, and then you're going home, then to beat your meat, to not have the same amount of money as them guys, to not smash the chicks that they have access to. It's a waste of time. But by going to the gym, you're working on your physique, you're working on your health. By going to the library, you're working on your brain health. You're working on, you can't lose. So, So basically, openers is conversation, right? And the average person, let's be real, the average person has horrible conversation skills. They don't know where to bring the conversation. They don't know what to talk about. And that's from again, I could say that about myself even. Like I've seen that in my own life countless amounts of times, right? I also seen the opposite. I've seen times where I'm just naturally flowing and just saying whatever because I already know the woman is 80% attracted to me. She's highly attracted to me, and there's nothing I could do wrong. You know what I'm saying? That, in my personal opinion, experience dictates the entire interaction. Is whether they're attracted to you or not. If they're not attracted to you, of course you're going to say, what can I say to get XYZ? And you become more analytical instead of present and living in the present moment. Also, openers are cool to me because they are more realistic. Let me tell you why they're more realistic. Right now it's being pushed on the internet to go super direct and if you don't go super direct, you're not even a man and shit like that. And I think that's very diabolical. And the reason why I say that is because, of course, a real man or a man that's more masculine than you will succeed going direct over you. You didn't donate nothing. Go ahead and send it. Stop playing, man. Send it. A man that's super direct, right? More masculine than you is obviously gonna get the woman. That's like natural. That's science. You know what I'm saying? That's biology. But it's not always true. Because some women don't really want certain guys, right? So at the end of the day, so this is why I say it's more realistic because 100% of guys grew up. 100% of guys grew up in. They went to school. They went to elementary, They went to pre-K, whatever the fuck, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. You know what I'm saying? All that cool shit, right? And the whole time, were you going direct with women? You know what I'm saying? Like never, right? So the concept of going direct, right? It just is 50-50, right? You know what I mean? Like it's 50-50. You ain't donate nothing. Why y'all capping? I visit the casino most. Or out of those, you visit the casino the most. That's a cool spot though. If I go to the casino, I'm approaching a bunch of chicks, but at the same time, I might not because the casino is kind of far away from the crib. So I would feel like, I mean, yeah, I'll approach a couple because like, why not? You know, if you catch my eye, you catch my eye. But at the same time, it's like, why would I do that if you live way over here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so many options around you. And this is another thing. It's I call it geo game. This is why a lot of guys play the game wrong, man. They outsource all of their attention to things that you've been trained by the internet, by TV since you were a kid, by movies. Like I just seen a photo of Regina Hall yesterday, and I was like, God damn, you know the black girl that played in Scary Movie. I'm like, oh my god, like I straight get her pregnant. Like, but at the same time, I seen her since I was a kid, so it's damn near like being in love. You feel what I'm saying? She's some fine shit, but it's enhanced. You ain't donate nothing, man. Why y'all capping like a motherfucker? I'm about to delete y'all. I'm about to ban y'all for just playing around, man. Stop playing around, bro. So being I bet. Say no more. You think this shit a game. Uh sayonara. Okay, so geo game is what goes with what bro was just saying, which is me personally as a man, I'm not gonna go to the casino to approach women. You know, that's too fucking far from my crib. I'm not gonna do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's that, bro. Let me see. You look like a young Will Smith who got touched by a 40-year-old man. Yeah, man. You want some nutter butter shit. Nah, but yeah, man, listen, man. A lot of these weirdos, losers, and creeps gonna come in here because they don't even want pussy. They don't even like women. So they find their way slithering into young men's streams and shit like that. Y'all niggas is weirdos. I don't even got time to do that trolling shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm a different breed from y'all. I got zero respect for y'all. But listen, man, at the end of the day, let the cowards cower, man. But what we talking about is right now is geo game, right? Which means that why go all the way to the fucking casino? Unless you live right next to the casino. Why go there to talk to women? Or why go there to pull a lever to lose all of your fucking money? I don't really see anything attractive about the casino unless you already make a certain amount of money and you're like, all right, I love the game of blackjack, so let's go play blackjack. And then you invite like four friends to go play blackjack or whatever the case. That's totally different thing. But me, I like what I like, and that's why this video was library or gym. These things are anyone could go. It's affordable. You're not blowing your money. You're not losing your money. You're not losing your mind. You're not doing anything that fucks up your life. See, you motherfuckers is addicted to fucking up your life. That's why I banned already 3 people in here because they are fuck ups. Hold on. You can buy your own machine for how much money you spend there. Wait, can you buy? Wait, what? What type of question is that, man? I don't understand that shit. So, like I said, man, that's more geo game, bro. Cause you could get women right in your own town. You don't gotta go all far and shit and go to a casino and shit like that, unless y'all want to. I would rather y'all hit the mall. I would rather y'all hit the mall. I would rather y'all just go outside. I would rather y'all go to a gas station or something. I would rather y'all go to a Walmart or Target. I would rather y'all go to places that are right next to y'all, bro. Why would you go to a motherfucking casino and go waste your fucking money? Even if I'm a millionaire. If I'm a millionaire, thank you for the 100 gifted. If I'm a millionaire, then yeah, then I'll reckon even playing with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point, thank you for the 100 gifted again. Shout out to bruh. What's your name? Shout out to Lit Lit Lit. What's how you say your name? Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I love the gifts. I love the love. I really appreciate that so much. Go ahead, keep doing your thing. Keep gifting me, man. And you. I feel like you put me more in the algorithm with the gifts. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Lit. Where you from, Lit? Where you from, Lit? I appreciate the gifts. Hold on, Weasel. What's good, Weasel? He said, "As wait for as much money as you could spend at a casino, you can buy your own machine." Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, you from LA? I mean Las Vegas. So you where the fucking casino was invented and shit. You know what I'm saying? Miles says Indiana. What's good from Indiana? So we got Las Vegas and Indiana. Thank you for the gifted. And I don't celebrate holidays, but Merry Christmas, man, because I see you gifting the motherfucker and shit like that. Merry fucking Christmas, man. I appreciate you, man. Real shit. And again, man, like that's another point, right? Holidays is another way, another reason to link up with a chick, right? Oh, what do what you gonna get me for Christmas? You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'll get you this, I'll get you that. Those type of conversation. But on this channel, we ban all losers and we segregate from them people who are losers and that come in here thinking that they could just ask stupid questions and that they're weirdos. I ain't even get to the main point because I feel like my brain is kind of moving very, very ironically right now. To get to the content, which is openers that y'all can use at the gym. Eliza, how you doing, Eliza? Hoosier in the room, Indiana. What's Hoosier? You saying who is here? Shout out to Indiana though. Shout out to Indiana. Yeah, I ain't been live in like 3 days, man, on here. And I felt like I had to, I was gonna post a regular video, but I'm like, this is way too extensive for me to post a regular video. So I gotta come in here and chop it up. It's 4 in the fucking morning. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the breakthrough is right here, 2026, man. It's a lot of continual devil beast like situations that niggas been struggling with for years that's gonna break before right at the end of this year, you know, and we're gonna be in a new chapter. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Portland or here y'all, how y'all doing? It's what a person from Indiana is called. Oh, word? I ain't know that. I ain't know that. Now I know. I learned something new. I learned something new. But did you answer the question? The gym or the library? We exploit. I mean, we excluded the club and all of these fancy places, and you could meet women anywhere, or for y'all women, y'all could meet guys anywhere. But it's just not everything ain't worth the bite. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, the club is a waste of time. It's not really my vibe. I don't drink like that. Drinking is literally from Satan. You know what I'm saying? Jail, yeah, jail and all that. Meet him anywhere. All right, man. I'm deleting you, man. Meet yourself, man. How about that? Um, she said library. Look at these losers coming in here with that losing ass shit, man. Get them bitches out of here, YouTube. Y'all know y'all letting these losers connect to my channel, man. I don't even play like that, man. These niggas is losers. Oh shit, hold on. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I did not mean to do that, Eliza. Hold on, let me get you back. So Eliza said the library. Eliza, can you comment so we could I unhidden you. I hidden you by accident because I was hiding them losers. Thomas, what's good, Tom? He said, I need help finding a good spot to take my girl, bro. What's a good spot? Well, let me ask you this. Where do you like to go when nobody's looking? Like what type of peace? What brings you the most peace? What makes you feel what type of scenery, what type of places make you feel like your nervous system could just relax, you know what I'm saying? You just have peace and shit like that. Because I think that's what's most important. I don't think that doing what you see other men do is ever going to be important. I think that shit is forbidden, actually. It's good. Eliza. So you said the library, Eliza. So the library. What type of books do you like? Thomas says the countryside on my narrow gauge steam locomotive. That sounds good already. Let's ask Eliza, would you like to go with Thomas if you was attracted to Thomas? If you found Thomas sexually attractive, or say just any guy, say his name was Bob. If you found Bob sexually attractive, would you like to go there with Bob to his countryside narrow gauge? She said, I like scientific and do-it-yourself books. I like science too. When I was in the library, I literally was looking at the science shit. I'm like, okay, I can't wait to sink my teeth in right here. I got you, Thomas, man. It ain't nothing, man. It ain't nothing because subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. A lot of people think that, you know what I'm saying, this channel is something to come over here playing. But y'all let's see with due time how easy it is for y'all to actually know what y'all doing and what y'all not doing and stuff like that. It's not even once you learn something, you can't unlearn it. You know what I'm saying? Like once you know something, that's one thing a lot of guys like. I like growing up, I hated school so much, right? That I would block out information because school kind of taught me that learning was boring. And so as I got older, I craved excitement. So I would do things even if they was dangerous to get that dopamine because school was so fucking boring, right? But now that all I do is seek information like a sponge, like it's kind of hard for me to not enjoy it. I love it. Like the library, I never fucked with the library. Even when we had a library in school, I would avoid that shit. Like that shit is the most. That shit like the cemetery. Like you know what I'm saying. I don't want to. It's nothing to do here. You know what I'm saying. Like and lo and behold, it's so much game in the books, man. So much game in the books, and not only that, because I be on Chat GPT so much, I basically came up with this word called pre-read. So most guys go into school and they teach you how to read, and you never really give a fuck about learning how to read. But by me being on ChatGPT so much, and I also do like the auditory, like letting I press the speak button. It's like my brain now interprets words differently, and it feels soothing and therapeutic. So now when I go to read a book, it kind of feel like I could easily just skim. I mean, I always could read, but it's just the way I felt about reading. What was the problem? Now when I read, especially when I read a book that feels congruent with my personality. So like going into a library, I want to look at the signs above the fucking books. Some books will just pull you in based on the cover and the wording and shit like that. And you'll be magically pulled to some books and you'll be like, damn, why am I pulled to this book? And it'll make sense why you was pulled to that book as you read about it. But there's so many books that you kind of get lost in the forest of books. And you just gotta find, because I even seen books with Allen Iverson on. I could see the day when I was younger where that would have been the first book I would have picked. But I literally had to stop myself. Like, nah, we're not doing that right now. You know what I'm saying? That's a book I could read a year from now or something like that. There's a lot of books that got to do with YouTube, algorithms, money, social skills, science, like she said, cookbooks, vegan cookbooks, just anything that you might lack. And so a lot of guys, what do? They run the therapy, they run here, they run there. All you need is a journal and a library and the gym. You don't even need the gym. You really don't even need a lot of shit. You could go to a park on the monkey bars. But I'm just saying, there's an answer, and that's what my job on this channel is to do, is just to give as many fucking answers that are affordable to all different types of people. So don't get mad if a 14-year-old take your wife from you and then you be like, damn, you only 14, buddy. How the fuck did you take my wife? And he's like, I learned from game like Will that money don't take money to take your bitch. You know what I'm saying? Isometric. What's isometrics? I need to journal. Use your phone. Use your phone. Download an app called Poet Assistant. Poet Assistant. The best app that I've found so far that I've been using probably for like 4 years now. Literally got notes in there right now. You know what I'm saying? This is all throughout the day, every day, all day, every day. In fact, when I'm not doing that, I'm kind of bored again, like I said. So I learned to just resonate with my own feedback. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, their environment tells them what's cool and what's weird and what's not and what's this. I don't do that because I'm checking in with myself every day. From the time I wake up, though, because everything outside is just outside noise. Like if I was paying attention to my viewers and like the chat and shit like that every day, I don't think I'll be able to do it for real, because it's too many down moments. Like it's too many moments of like low views and too many moments of like trolls. So it's like it'd be almost like I'm engaging with the trolls. You know what I'm saying? Because when I journal, when I journal personally, what I always try to do with anybody on earth is draw some differences and separations between me and them, because we live so much of our lives, like I said, from school to neighborhood, we spend so much of our lives trying to fit in or be like brotherhood, sisterhood shit, you know what I'm saying? Neighborhood shit. Or even like your dad. A lot of guys they look up to their dad so much, but just like you're not him. Yeah, you have you're a version of him, you know what I'm saying? But there's a cutoff, you know what I'm saying? And I think that the cutoff is what I study. I study the differences, you know what I'm saying? So when I journal, I'm looking at like a safe space to always go to when I'm journaling is like what makes me different than whoever it is, my set of eyes and their set of eyes. It's two people in the room, but it's four eyeballs, and this person may think you're a weirdo because you like to get on the monkey bars and shit like that, and uh, instead of just get a gym membership, and you're like, well, if I wasn't journaling about this right now, I'll be literally the therapeutic term is called enmeshed. I would be enmeshed with what they think. And I don't think a human being should suffer or be imprisoned even a day of their life to what another person is thinking about them. I don't think that that's safe. I don't think that that's sound. I don't think that is real. I think it's fake. I think in a perfect world, people would naturally know this, right? They would naturally know that this is just my friend. This isn't my fucking dad. You know what I'm saying? But we don't live in that world. We live in a world full of clusters of people who are don't even have a father, that need none of them except for probably one or two, and then these people follow each other instead of following themselves. And I personally think that's just it's just like it's a bad thing because it doesn't lead to usually doesn't lead to any self knowledge, any self education, any self exploration. Like no ability to explore who you really are. You know what I'm saying? Like I told bro right here, you want to take your woman on a date, you don't know where to take her. It's not that you don't know where to take her, you're just not listening to your nervous system. Your nervous system would tell you where to take yourself, and then she'll find you. Where are you going? Oh, I'm just going out here in the woods. I love being in nature. Can I come with you? Right? It's a natural fucking. I just ate some corn off the cob for dinner. Let me see. Monkey bars and using your own resistance like Pilates are isometric. Oh, so that's like isometric is a form of working out type shit. Isometric. Let me type that word in real quick on a synonym app. I love the synonym app too. That's another thing. It's another thing when you're doing YouTube. You got to know how, you got to have, you can't just take words at face value. You got to break them shits down because words have multi ways of looking at one word. Cubic. Isometric means cubic, three-dimensional. Aerobic, cyclone, elemental, high pressure. Maybe you know why these are the synonyms of that word. I don't know why that. I don't see the connection. I connect everything's connected in my world. Everything's connected. That's a great service to give ideas that are cost effective, frugal, and free. Exactly, because that's who I am. I live. I think life is free, even though we charge people for stuff. But if you think about it, we only charge people who don't want to go through the raft of life. You know what I'm saying? But when we're back in traditional times, it was go through the raft or not, or you wouldn't figure it out at all. And it's still like that. People think because they're in 2026 that the universe is not the universe anymore. Like, no, the world is exploited in certain ways, but there's some things that's unexploitable. So the world will always spin in a circle or do whatever it was doing. And there's certain things, like you said, is like I don't believe in charging people for certain things. I believe in charging people for certain things, but not other certain things. I think even with that, everyone's boundary is just going to be different. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't, certain things I wouldn't say, But if you watch my channel, you'll be like, I don't even need to buy anything because he don't said everything. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, which is to me a bad thing, but at least in my mind, it's a bad thing. But I need to hold back some information. But I'm a YouTuber. This is what I do. I put my energy into this platform. I literally put my time and my effort into this platform. So obviously, if you're in this room, if you're in this club or whatever it's called, you're gonna learn something. That's my goal. I'm gonna make every brain gonna learn something, even if they heard it before, but they just never heard it in my voice. They never heard it my way. I miss Kenneth. Kenneth Golf said, "I work out at home. I don't go to the gym. I think it's a scam." See, and I can't tell Kenneth that it's not a scam, but I would say, for me, I mean, I don't know how many weights he got at the crib. I don't know how serious he is about working out in the first place. I personally feel like, well, this video is a lifestyle and dating video, so I'm cross contextualizing killing two birds in one stone. You understand what I'm saying? So obviously you can work out in the house, but you're not going to talk to any people at all in the house. That may be something that Kenneth may not want to do. He may not even give a fuck about people, right? I tend to care about people. I'm kind of like a humanitarian on a certain level, right? Some people, they're like, my social life is already where it's at. You know what I'm saying? I know my mom, my dad, I know my aunts. I know this person, that person, and they're like, I don't really want to meet anybody, and I respect that, right? Um, my social life is unique, right? I respect my family members and I chop it up with them, of course. Different situations. I don't celebrate holidays, like I said, so for me, it's a different ball game. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my life is unique, bro. That's the only thing. So for me, I would rather family is family. That's never a movable topic at all in the first place for me. That's how I look at family and day one friends and shit. Like, that's an unmovable topic. But as far as you going out as a man in the world and meeting women, they're not going to come to, well, they will come to you in certain situations, but a lot of guys are just not social. That's my whole point. I'm not even saying that they won't come to you, because many women have came to me, but guess what? I was always in a social setting. I was always a part of a club or a part of a school program or a part of this or that. So it ain't like these women fell out of the fucking sky. And for everybody who think that that's gonna happen for them, I mean, good luck. Elizabeth said you absorb it faster because AI is helping your comprehension. Yeah, facts. AI is basically, well, what I heard is AI collects data from everybody else's conversations, and it basically says, oh, this type of person would like this type of answer to that type of thing that they just asked, and then it just syncs it up with kind of like cross contextualizing. You know what I'm saying? And again, I think the internet has been villainized. I think AI is being villainized, and I think anything new people are afraid of. And I think that what's bad for this person is good for that person. Like me growing up, I feel like I was empty-minded of 80% of my life. I wasn't dumb. I just didn't have the information. So I mean, AI for me, for somebody like me who lives a pretty low key life, is just like, it's like very magnetic. I actually love it. You know what I'm saying? Now, will I ever get to a point where I feel like AI is better than having a girlfriend? Nah, I think that's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I was born in the late 90s. You know what I'm saying? I don't subscribe to those type of thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Do I think that it's possible that it could get so popular that people are isolated? I think we've been isolated. I think movies and video games and TV been and shit, music and shit been isolated people to the point where AI is just, another thing. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what makes me able to be a dating coach or a lifestyle coach, is the fact that there's a void and people want to be more social. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's making a girlfriend or making money or making a friend, it's all a blessing from God, depending on that friend or that money or that relationship. It could be a blessing or a curse. That's why I said the universe is the same. Tradition is the same. Politics is the same. Everything is the same. And when you're scared of something like an AI, you lose your fucking mind, because how can a human be scared of anything? We've been had guns and knives and sticky bombs and shit. We've been had all this shit. So how can you be scared of anything at this point? I think human beings been conditioned from the beginning of time, civilization, to look crazy things in the face and say, well, what can I do about it? It's either going to eat me alive or it's not. You know what I'm saying? We used to live on the world we used to live on a planet with a lot of like running around panthers and shit, like running around black panthers, running around like animals that would just eat people like in the middle of the street, and you just had to watch that shit. Like, so like, I'm just saying, like, life ain't never been no cakewalk. So it's like, it to me is like, if you're scared of that the AI shit, like something's wrong with you. Like, that's the problem. So many people are worried about this, but what you're so busy focusing on this that you're not going to see the next thing that comes. So it's like, it's just being too over scary, man. So, and again, if that's the last thing to do to take you out, then what you gonna do about it anyway? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do about that type of shit? So for me, it's just like, people just gotta understand, man. Be humble. If you a God serving person, make sure you doing that. You know what I'm saying? If you a science based type of thinker, make sure you understand life. You know what I'm saying? Because when you take your last breath, right? I mean, what's next? Dark. You can go into a bunch of unconsciousness or darkness or whatever the case. It's like people spend their whole life scared of the same couple of pillars of things, and it just recreates itself in a different face and in a different manner. Uh, and Fear is very real. It's a very, very thick, layered emotion. I don't know why I'm going on this tangent of talking all this shit right now, but I just think people gotta understand that fear is something that people are in usually, um, one way or another, by hook or crook. You know what I'm saying? Building that used to be a school. What's a building that used to be a school? Oh, yeah, I hated my library. He said, "Yeah, it is. I live in an old school. Oh, you live in a building that used to be a school? Yeah, I never smoked. Yeah, I never vape or smoke. You can't forget crafts and a lot of kinds of books. Nah, that too. It's a lot of different types of books. It's a lot of different types of books. Couples massage spa. I'm catching up with some of y'all old stuff you said. Couple spa, couples massage spa. So you would like a guy to bring you there, Eliza? I mean, it's so many ideas. That's where I think a lot of guys lose their mind, because there's so many ideas and places to bring a woman. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, first thing first, what I'm gonna ask myself is, how long have I knew this woman, and what do I feel like doing? I'm gonna ask a couple roundabout questions, like, you know what I'm saying? And then it's like I said, I think this whole concept of this video is about attraction in the first place. Like, is she attracted to you? Like, I mean, what y'all guys will eventually see is that when a woman likes you or is actually settling on sleeping with you or thinking about doing something with you, like there's really nothing you can really okay. There's this is why guys fail, right? 80% of the time it's gonna be a gap in your life. It's gonna be periods in your lives where you're failing with women. But then there's gonna be times where you're succeeding. And that contradiction feels so black and white. Most people don't bridge the gaps so that they could fail today and then tomorrow actually have a threesome. So they don't bridge the gaps. So they just go on a roller coaster and allow life to bring them into depression, and then allow life to bring them into super acceptance from bad bitches. And like, how did I get this bitch? You know what I'm saying? And that's the average guy. And that keeps you in limbo, man, in my opinion. Instead of really being able to spot subtle cues, even like the body language thing. Like some guys think that that's lame, but how can it be lame if it's actually happening all the time? You know what I'm saying? How can it be lame? It's science. Like she said, it's science. Her body is reacting to how she feels about you, period. So instead of you trying to say the right words, which is important, it is, I can honestly say women are logical too, right? So what you say does matter. And that's why we're going to talk about these openers, which I should have been got to. But it's going to also be how she feel about you, man, at the end of the motherfucking day. Hold on, let me see. I visit my bathroom the most. Gotta learn etymology. What's that? It's an old school term. I think I heard of that before. Breaking down words, etymology. I'll say I'm not stupid. I never been stupid. I just was never in an environment that brought the best out of me. That's my way of looking at the whole learning. I feel like people learn different in different ways. You know what I'm saying? People learn in different settings and different ways. Some people can really be in a box daily and learn. I couldn't do it. Like I was too young, too distracted, and I feel like I learned one thing at a time, not 7 classes per day. Like I think it's pretty unfortunate to make people learn that way and think everybody's brain is going to actually work that way. But it's also like, why do I think that people know or knew that everybody's brain wasn't the exact same build? You know what I'm saying? Or why do I think that? Why would I think that another race or another man knew my way of thinking or learning? Right? Because learning is actually an actual biology, or like if I have a son, right? I now know, instead of just giving him to the system to go learn some shit. Like, yeah, you could learn what they telling you, but also when you come back to the crib, I'm going to make sure this other information is present, so like, damn, well, you may not learn like them. You may learn in your own manner. Like me, I'm really much a nature type of nigga. Like I learn through observation. I'm like a scientist. I love science. I learn through visual, hands-on things. It's hard for me to just sit down, watch another man with a suit walk around the class like he knows shit, and then call on you when he feel like it, which is the worst thing. I think that's the worst thing in the world, because it's like you have the right answer, he has the right answer, but he called on who he felt like calling on. That sends a message to the person, like, especially if you're not big on learning, like how I wasn't big on ever coming here in the first place, buddy. I'd rather be in the bed sleep, buddy. So the fact that I even got up to come to this fucking cold ass room and actually had the nerve to raise my hand and want to answer some shit, You know, a lot of people aren't built the same, bro. So some people don't take that offensively. Some people don't care. You know what I'm saying? Some people are always getting the right answers. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't some people are so smart out the gate that all they do is say the right shit. Or they're so resilient out the gate that if they get some shit wrong, they just keep going. Every kid is not gonna be that way. Like I said, even with YouTube, right? There's a lot of times, like this is really the first time in my life I can say I'm being consistent without a guarantee. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no guarantee attached. But because I'm passionate about what I'm doing, it supersedes. That's why I say school couldn't work for me because I was only passionate about science and I wasn't even passionate about science because the way it was framed was like it was equal to social studies and math and all this other stupid shit that I didn't care about. So I never really sat down and really, 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 really put my all into science, right? Because it's layers to science, right? That shit does not stop after eighth grade. It does not stop after 12th grade. That shit continuously is happening and going on. That's why I told him in one day he came here. I say, yo, bro, like two men could be born from two different tribes, two different sides of the world, and they're both scientists. So when someone say, yo, this is scientifically proven, I say, I respect that. But if you think that that's going to be the reason why I don't do something, then you're crazy. Like if someone say, man, it's scientifically proven that guys nowadays are not approaching women as much because they don't have as much testosterone as their grandfathers. And I'm like, I know a bunch of niggas right now that's approaching a bunch of chicks. You see what I'm saying? Because my real life experience won't allow you to tell me something that another man wrote down, even if it's right. You see what I'm saying? It could be right. That's not that. That's the point I'm trying to make. Two men could be right at the same time. It's like when two men fight each other, who's wrong? Because one man is saying, I'm not a bitch, and the other guy is saying the same thing. And a woman observing that will be sexually attracted to both guys. Even if this guy get his ass whooped, she's gonna be more attracted to the guy who won, but she's gonna be like, the fact that say she's dating the guy who got, because I was literally seeing this when I was younger, like somebody got their ass whooped in front of their girlfriend, like totally whooped. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm sitting there watching this shit. And I'm like, and I knew these guys from school. One of them was a bully, you know what I'm saying? And that's just how he is, you feel what I'm saying? And I knew him since sixth grade. And he's just an asshole, you know, to a certain degree. So he just testosterone full, you know what I'm saying? He just gonna talk shit, especially if you're a skinny motherfucker or you know. Me, look, he tried that shit with me. That shit ain't work. So he quit that shit early. But I'm saying with he continued with a lot of other motherfuckers. But me and him also, he found out that my aunt was married to his uncle. So he'll be like calling me cousin and shit. And I'm like, man, you ain't my cousin, nigga. But you know, I'm a nice guy. I'm not gonna tear you down. Like, you know, my fucking cousin, you know. So, but long story short, he whooped somebody's ass in front of their girlfriend, right? And the girl looked at the girl. I mean, I don't really remember. It was a blur, but I was watching this shit, and it was just a horrific scene because the guy nose was bleeding and shit. It's like he really just whooped his ass. Like, I'm like, how can you be so heartless to where you just whoop this nigga ass in front of his girlfriend like that? Like, I can't even do that unless the guy is bullying me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then I'll do it. But if a guy ain't really, if it's not a natural, like, because back then I feel like people used to get into arguments way faster. So it used to be like a natural born disaster. Like, cause like back then it'd just be like, all right, he's saying this, I'm saying that. Again, it'd be two guys that just don't agree. And then because they don't agree, and there's just a girl right there, it's kind of hard to really stop disagreeing because as soon as this guy says something slick, you're like, I gotta say something slick back. Because the girl right here, she gonna laugh. or she gonna basically pick whoever's the man, you know what I'm saying? So it'd be a natural disaster. So I think that might have been how that shit escalated to that. And then the other guy, he thought he could stand up to this guy, and I'm like, go ahead and try, my nigga. This nigga right here, he not even, he's a bully, but he's not like this other guys who he you know what I'm saying? It's always like a cutoff where he's like, okay, he won't do that around them. But he to the guy that guy was, I already knew, but I didn't think about it. I'm like, because I never seen the other guy fight, so I didn't know. But I'm watching, and as I'm watching, I'm like, damn. And I'm looking at the girl because like she live in my neighborhood, and I'm like, she kind of like all of it. She kind of, sometimes. But I'm like, how is this even download in her brain after this? Back then I'm just thinking like, how do you receive this information? Like, because in my mind, I'm just saying like this guy is really, to me, is respectable to like you're getting your ass whooped. Like, at the end of the day, it's always gonna, and I think every man's heart, it bleeds just a little bit to say like, I respect the guy who took the ass whooping more than the guy that's just sovereignly beating your ass. You know what I'm saying? You obviously gotta respect the guy who's beating the guy ass, because it's like you can hold your own. You know what I'm saying? In life, that's very important. God blesses the child that could hold their own at the end of the day. And God don't care why that person is beating your ass. You just getting your ass beat. And it's like in my mind was saying like, yo, this guy right here is really getting his ass whooped. That's all my mind was really saying right at that point. Because that guy was kind of new to our school and everything. So I felt like he actually had somewhat of a chance. When you that young, you just think everybody has some chance. But that guy got wore out, man. And then it was like, I remember his girlfriend kind of like, stop, get off of him, or something. I forgot how the shit ended, but it was like, do you even like this guy anymore? You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're young, you kind of are heartless because you just don't got the capacity to think about. You don't got the ability to conceptualize the emotional parts of everybody. Right from wrong, but you really don't really care. And life is moving in you're kind of figuring life out. So it's like a lot of guys are really when we're young, you're more selfish, I feel like, because you're just so stuck in your own reality. And it's like, man, everyone be fighting. You just got your ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? A little worse than a lot of other people. But yeah, I feel like it was hard back then for guys not to fight, because it was just happened so much and so naturally that it was like a religion. You know what I'm saying? It was definitely like a religion, because if you cared about yourself even a smidget, you're just not gonna let somebody walk all over you. You know what I'm saying? It was just, and in my mind, every school I went to, it was always that broken noses, random explosions of fight, like between two people. It'll never be jumps either. It'll never be somebody getting jumped. It'll be people who had their friends, but it'll never be a jump. It'll always be a guy blowing up on somebody else saying, listen, man, I'm a bully. I'm naturally more dominant than you, and I'm about to whoop your ass. One-on-one too. Like, that jumping shit ain't start happening until I got to high school. Like, in high school, I started seeing more people get jumped. But then think about it. After that, we started seeing more people get shot. So it just started. I think that in the Bible, they say people going to get weaker and wiser. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a part of this shit, man. Weaker and wiser. Ain't nothing wrong. If you jump somebody, I mean, you wise, because you're like, man, I ain't letting this nigga beat me at all. You know what I'm saying? But then again, it's like, now because you taking shortcuts when you really got to fight, say you go to jail or something, and then you really got to fight somebody, your homies can't fight with you. You know what I'm saying? So it is something important about being alone that people miss. Is being alone is, I feel like, a very important thing um at times, because you know what they say, divided we fall, conquer we stand. I don't know how that shit go. But I feel like ever since I was young, I was always somewhat alone. Like even observing them two guys fighting with the girl right there, like I'm just observing this shit. I'm like, dang, this shit crazy. Like I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, cause I know bro right here. I've been knew bro's going. He's kind of like a troublemaker. So I already knew he's just looking for somebody to fight. But you got to be smart enough to see somebody like that and know, like, I'm not gonna let him bully me, move me, bitch me, but I'm just not gonna. You gotta kind of get out the way because he like a train. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, like I said, when you're young, especially, some people they don't their masculinity haven't been field tested. They haven't been out and realized they could get shot. So they just think that because their body type is more naturally dominant than 90% of the classroom, that they could do that. But like I said, as we hit high school and the other levels of life, niggas know very stoutly that you can't play like that. So you just gotta like that shit. You gotta understand when you're young, people be a little delusional and shit like that. But that shit crazy, man. I like I said, I respect the guy though that got his nose broke, because it was like, bro, at the end of the day, you ain't no bitch. You know, you fought in front of your girlfriend, you got your ass handed to you, like to the point where I thought, like, I thought that, like, yo, like you gotta get off the ground, bro. Because if you don't get off the ground, it might get crazy. You know what I'm saying? It might get to the, it might be ER potential, like. So I'm like, you gotta get off the ground, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I just wondered, like, from a female position, how did she embrace that? Because I know that now they're definitely not together now, but I don't know how long that relationship actually lasted after that. And I don't know, as a woman, did she really respect that? Or did she just lose 80 to 90%? Because, you know, they go in the house after that, they chilling together. How do you recover? How? Because I've been so embarrassed that I would have just broke up with the bitch. Hey, listen, bitch, you got me you got me fucked up. I'm standing up for you. You got my motherfucking ass whooped. Yeah, you gotta flex on her. You gotta show your fucking your true colors at that point, because once you leave, she's like, all right, that motherfucker's an asshole. That's why he got his ass whooped, blah blah blah. But at least you left with some dignity, you know what I'm saying? Because she gonna break up with you. I'm telling you. I know women like the back of my fucking hand. There's too many niggas out here. They got too many options. And that's just, I mean, I don't think you would come back from that, and you can't come back from in front of your kids or anybody younger than you for that matter. You just get beat up. Kind of hard to come back. So it's like you better off just get your ducks in a row for a rainy day when something crazy might happen. Also learn some type of martial art or some shit. You don't gotta be kung fu fighting and shit, but just know how to throw a punch. Because like I said, I would hate to be in that position that guy was in, because it's just a bad, it's like, damn. Cause fuck the bitch. I'm gonna be in the crib after that thinking, like, how did I lose? Da da da. I'm just sometimes my mind could just spiral into that type of shit. So I would like, I can't even lose a fight. Like like just letting someone punch me in general, it's going to shatter my ego. So I don't even like to fight no more, because I feel like letting somebody put their hands on you, it sends a signal to your body that you're not a king. So it's just like, I would never do. I would never, as a Leo, I would never let somebody touch me, even shoulder brush. I'm going to remove myself. if somebody think they comfortable in my environment to even touch me like that, I'm respectfully, I'm gonna leave because I don't want it to escalate because I'm kind of crazy. I don't care what nobody said. I don't lived in my brain for 30 years. And I know me better than anybody on the internet, better than anybody who I grew up with, anything. I'm not saying I'm crazy as in I'm just some savage, but I think we all got a little bit of psychological issues, you know, to the point where all things go out the window when you get pushed too far. You know what I'm saying? I think all humans are like that, you know what I'm saying? But that's why I would always separate myself first. I always would segregate and say, all right, buddy, you're tough. I'm gonna leave because I just don't want to go down a certain path. I just don't want to go down a certain path. So I always will think about those things. And then, like I said, for the guys who get their nose broken, shit like that, I just don't understand how, unless you're in a boxing ring. If I sign up, then that's different. If I don't sign up and you do me like that, bro, and I know who you are, and I still might see you, it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be so difficult. Because where I grew up at, people will fight every day. Like, and I know it sounds like a cartoon, but like the schools that I grew up in, it'd be a constant fight every time they see each other. You see what I'm saying? And I know a lot of y'all probably came from environments like that. So it's like, that's what I'm trying to say, man. I can't, because at that point, you got to put your head down when you see him. Yeah, that's the nigga that broke my nose, man. And because you putting your head down, he gonna see that. Like, okay. But yeah, man, that's why that school shit is also crazy in that way too, man. Because if the world was a perfect place, every man would have their own. Like, you'll know, like, don't even come over here thinking you tough. You know what I'm saying? Don't even do it. But when you grow up in school, man, you're a lone wolf. You know what I'm saying? You have to actually learn to fight or sink and drown, period. You know what I'm saying? Or you got to bring some value, right? Because I was never no big fighter either. Like, when I was in like elementary, more towards middle school, I knew, like, you know, it's like you got to do it or not. You either going to do it or not. But in elementary, yeah, I got into some fights and shit, but I was more so an observer of a lot of other people fights. Because like again, where I came from, like, it was like always some wild motherfuckers. So it was like, I just respected it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's kind of an environmental type of thing, man. Your environment means a lot. Because even if you're not an aggressive person, if you're around that type of energy, you're going to be more tougher than a lot. Like, I feel like a lot of other people, they just have never seen certain things. Like, once I moved to another softer, in my opinion, softer, because it was still, you know, crash outs, but it was a little softer. It's like people could read your energy and then look at everybody else and be like, okay, I'm not going to test him. Because I don't already seen shit that other guys were just unexposed to. Like, but like I said, it was still villainous people everywhere. So you got to always, you know, meet the bad guys. No matter where you go, you're going to meet some people who are looking to break somebody's nose. Like, they're looking for it. That shit is hilarious though, but it's just like, they're looking for it. Some people pride themselves on fights, which is a very respectable thing actually, but they pride themselves on that. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was younger, I wanted to box. And I told my mom that. I said, Mom, I want to box. Right? I told her that shit. And she told me, she said, your skin is too pretty. You can't want to fuck your shit up. It has scratches on your face. I don't. People with scratches on their face get all the bitches. Scratches on your face is like having a fucking trophy. And this is why guys should be raised by their dad. And I'm telling you, because whenever you're around your dad, you say some shit like that, he gonna put you in kung fu right there. Again, because masculinity kind of can't wait for certain things. You can't wait for your son to say that shit. You know? But the world is just a crazy place, bro. It's a crazy fucking place. Because the average guy is average, bro. And that's what this whole video was about. Even going to the gym. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta literally go straight to fighting. Take your candy ass to the gym. The gym is gonna give you confidence at the end of the day. A lot of people say, man, the gym is a waste of time, blah, blah, blah. Have you really, really locked in? Have you really locked in? Because confidence is free, but it don't really grow on trees like that. You know what I'm saying? You got to really do some real world like I said, I'm a hands-on type person. So if I sit in the house all day, my confidence will deduce a little bit. If I'm active, my confidence it'll shine like a fucking flashlight. It'll be like, who is this nigga? You know what I'm saying? This nigga, I'm an active guy. I gotta be active, man. And that's real shit, man. Like, people don't be active throughout the year, and then they wonder why they feel crazy. And it's like, it's an automatic. Hold on, let me see what's going on here. Resistance based aerobics. Bring you the news. Daryl says Demarion Green. What the fuck? Yo, man, did you moisturize? Bro, I can't even drive. I don't visit the gym or the library. Well, that's going to be a major just coming in. You got to respect people for showing up no matter what the odds are. Hey, most guys, after a fight, be cool. Brody's afterwards. That's true. That's true. And again, man, bro was cool from what I knew about him. He was pretty cool. He was a little cocky motherfucker, though. And I think that's why he got his ass handed to him. Like, he was a cocky. I think he was from New York. And he, his name was Khalif, I think. So he was just a little bit cocky, man. It was like, me, hey, when I was growing up, I respected a motherfucker that was a little cocky and just, comfortable in their skin. But other people, like, and I know the other guy too, egos collide, and that's the type of guy. I don't know how he is now. He's probably the same. I seen him a couple years ago, but like I said, with me, he always cool. We cool, but I wasn't no ass kisser either. But I think he just respected me at the end of the day. But certain people, he just he'll test. I don't know, because it's like he's not like the average bully either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the average bully he's different, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like, he's more of like a muscle guy and a basketball playing type of guy. But I think it's because his dad was in his life. His dad was a certain type of way. I think a little, probably maybe cocky too. I don't know, but that made him to where he just was more aggressive than everybody else. But it wasn't really like, he wasn't just a monster either though. So like, he was like, I don't know. I can't explain this nigga. I'm not gonna hold you, because I really never cared. But I noticed like everybody else. But most guys, especially like, because I met him in 6th grade. It's like most guys are just kind of like scared of him or soft. So I think that will force him to stay in that character. But like around me, like I'm the type of nigga, like I said, where I came from, I respected him, but I knew like me and him going to fight because this nigga right here, he too comfortable, like, you know what I'm saying? But that's how he was. So like I think one day he did something, man, and he seen how I moved in that situation, and it stopped from that day in 6th grade all the way through high school and everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because some people just respect themselves. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, I don't think I wasn't never acting tough either. So that's I think another thing. Some people see how he acting, and they let that. If you weak, you'll see how he act, and then you'll either act tough or act super scared. And either one of those is the wrong answer for that guy. Me, I'm laid back. I'm kind of hard to bully. Like, you know, it's gonna make you look stupid, and it's gonna make you look like a hater. But you know, I think like, and we will really end up fighting. But I think for that guy, I don't know, he was in front of his girlfriend. I think that was what happened, and so it was a natural disaster. Like, and you know, like I said, when you in any age under 20, it's just crash out season all the time. So, and I don't see a lot of different dynamics like around middle school and around, you know, certain grades. And like I said, coming from where I came from, I don't seen bullies early. Like, and bullies that won't even, there's psychological bullies. Like, some bullies are not, they're not saying they won't fight you. They'll probably fight you too, but some guys just, they use their, I guess, presence and popularity to asshole other people. Some people, they beat people down by being funny and telling a bunch of like, by I remember in 6th grade, I'll sit at the lunch table. This is before like that school. People always had jokes and shit. That's the thing too. People always, but y'all remember elementary school? It's probably like that for everybody. But some guys are just funny. You know what I'm saying? And they typically hang together. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was kind of quiet once came from this side of, you know, town to that side of town. I'm kind of relearning everybody, learning everybody, figuring things out. So the jokes and shit, I think I'm funny. You know, everybody think they're funny, but I noticed some people some people they've been ranking so long in these circles, and they are funny because I'll even sit at the table and be like, nah, that motherfucker is hilarious though, and it'd be the simplest thing, like, yo, your head look like one of these grapes, you know, something like that. And you got to know the person saying it, make it even funnier. You know what I'm saying? Because that person's known for jokes. This person's known for dressing nice and also laughing at this guy's jokes. But then that guy, you know, laughs at this guy's jokes. But then these people who was in your neighborhood laughs at both these people jokes all the time. And then, you know, verbal banter was very popular. And then it even bled into high school, in my opinion, especially freshman year, and people would banter and do that shit all the time. And then like, you know, but like I said, elementary school, it was certain funny. It was a guy named Frank, man. I always remember will mention Frank, man, because he's hilarious. But that's besides the point, man. I'm rifting a little too far into a bunch of nonsense, man, and I hate when I do that shit. But yeah, keynote for all y'all guys up there, take up some boxing lessons, man, because that shit, as a man, you just want to know how to throw a proper jab at the end of the day. You want a little bit of what I like to call fighting confidence. That's just a little bit. You don't need to be Muhammad Ali. You just have to know how to throw a fucking hook, a jab. And I have a natural attraction to those type of things. So like I've been subscribed to certain boxing channels. Like what? I mean, there used to be a guy in my neighborhood that taught us how to box. He used to literally, we used to go to their crib. They used to have all the snacks in the crib. So we used to go there and chill and shit. And then the father, he literally wanted us to learn some boxing shit. So he taught us how to throw a jab and shit and practice the jab and shit. And I know when I was growing up, my dad loved boxing and shit like that. I think I have a natural liking for that type of shit, which is why I asked my mom to become a boxer when I was a kid. I actually got into karate real quick, and I quit that shit though. But it was cool, you know what I'm saying? It was cool while it lasted. But I don't really remember none of that. I just remember being in the room and saying this shit, this environment is so refreshing. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it was a confidence builder too, a little bit. But uh like I said, my life is very, very wild. I've been in different chapters of different times. It was one point my mom used to always bring me to Blockbuster to get wrestling movies and shit. Like my life is just weird, bro. But it was thorough. I really enjoyed being me. I really did. And even though it wasn't the most crazy, like party every day, uh, you know, but there was parties. My life was wild. It was like this world is a very demonic place, and you know a very wicked place, and you gotta actually get in where you fit in. You gotta move with the times. Like I said, my mom would move all around since I was a kid, so I'll be this school, that school, that school, that school, and 80% of them schools, like I said, it was a lot of fights. It was a lot of humor. It was a lot of these bad kids too. Um, and that shit, I feel like personally, I ain't gonna say it molded me, but it kind of helped me as I got older because it was like I understood. That's why I said nothing could really move me when I got into like fifth or sixth grade. Nothing could really move me because it was like you not these guys. You might be tough. You might could break somebody. Any man could do these things. Like so, nothing was really scary. You know what I'm saying? Nothing was really dangerous for real. But it's not just the schools. Y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know me. My life has not been super, super ravenous or crazy either. I'm not trying to paint that picture. It just was not the most perfect that everybody might think or certain people might think. But nah, it was not that. It was not that. But yeah, most people who fight end up becoming cool, or people who even get into verbal banters. They typically end up being like, "Oh no, nah, this motherfucker stood up for this, so I respect that." Jerry said, "Yeah, life hits you when like a speed bump after you get out of school." Yeah, not facts. He said, "I feel you, Brody." What's good, Spence? Jerry said, "I've brought people back in and out, friend and women. Uh, Sometimes you gotta lay back and stay by yourself. Sometimes it takes a long time, and I've been dealing with a lot recently." What you mean, bro? Yeah. I feel it. I feel it was good, Spence. He said, "I feel it." Called out our boys talking about a lady thing. He said, "You got a problem," and all I said was, is there could be they felt wait they left, and it's good when you stay back a little, just leave and let it chill and just do your own thing, leave them people out. Tyler said school was hard. LOL. What the fuck? Boy, you better grow some balls. I don't know who he talking to, man. I already got a pair. Uh Jerry said, yeah, the environment is a big deal. We got a small town, so everyone knows everyone, and wait, you make one person mad, somebody else gonna be mad too. Yeah, man. Like I said, everybody grew up different. Like when before high school, yeah. Now after high school, that's when people want to jump each other, and even like it'll be just it's just dynamics. It ain't nothing to be scared of though. Yasmin said, "Can you follow me, please?" I can't follow you on here. Jerry said, "Big." He said, "Dog eat dog world, bro. It sucks." I mean, it's cool. I like life though. I'm just saying. I'm just speaking on past and how it was perceived as a kid. You know what I'm saying? At 30, I'm 30 now. I don't really pay attention to things I can't control, but that just happened to be the topic. What's good, Aaron? Though, how you doing, Aaron? Ah, shit. Spence said I train in martial arts, and it's not necessarily for the fighting aspect. It's more so just peaceful and good for my mental health. That's facts. And that's my biggest point for y'all in this video. I didn't even get to the openers that you could say to women at the gym and the library yet, but before we get to that, I just wanted to like kind of like with what bro said, like I don't go to the gym or the library to talk to women at all, actually, but I just know like right when I went there the other day in the library, it's just because a woman's in the library don't mean she's gonna like you. You see what I'm saying? First off. But what do y'all want? You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you could go to Walmart and do a lap around and meet like 5 bad bitches. You go to the library, and it also depends what's your type. Who's your type? How do you? Because a lot of guys think they got to be so direct, like you know what I'm saying. And I think that, especially for somebody like me, it's just not. It's not my best bet. I actually went direct the other day with a chick, and things are going pretty cool with her. But it's just that direct shit ain't always what people make it seem, bro. Jerry said it's cool to joke around, but you gotta stand your ground. Yeah, man. He said, yeah, my homies deal with some stuff they trying to get out of their dad's place right now. Nah, you not reacting. That's a bigger F you than reacting to that's some grown man stuff right there. But if he starts coming forward, you got every right to that. I think that's what he was probably thinking in his head. He like, I haven't met somebody who just so, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's like I'm like, people don't get soft from me. You know what I'm saying? Again, I think I credit that to the schools that I was in ahead of time. Maybe even, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I don't really think people see me as a scary guy. You know what I'm saying? I think that, especially when it comes to these, like, you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're a product of your environment. I've seen that so many times. I've done been scared and had to still fight somebody. Or when you young, especially like certain areas, right? Someone would accuse you of stealing something, right? Oh, I feel like you stole this from me. You had to fight them because they felt like you stole something. So you might even be like, damn, I really don't want to fight this guy. But you know, You got to do that shit. All the knowledge is in the books. Yeah. What type of knowledge you talking about though? What type of knowledge exactly is you talking about? I mean, I know it's all different types, but what type of knowledge have you seen that made you even write that message right there? When I went to the library, I seen books on attraction, all type of shit. Yeah, history. I seen history books. I've seen war books in there, all type of shit. And it just gets the mental juices flowing for sure. Alice, how you doing, Alice? But yeah, we're gonna get into some of these openers because I know anybody who watched this video, they're probably not even gonna make it this far. They're gonna be like, yo, this motherfucker talking about all this different types of shit. Fighting, school, immaturity to maturity. They're gonna be like, oh, I didn't see any openers to use to these bitches. I'm doing good, Alice. How you doing? Top of it. It's 6:13, top of it. You know what I'm saying? Top of the morning. Let me see. So we're gonna get into this for you guys out here who don't know what to say when you talk to women at the gym or at the library. These are two places that I know 80 to 90% of y'all have a membership to a gym or can go to your local library. I also box. I'm responding to your question. Oh, so you're saying it's books about that can help you with boxing and shit like that? I think everything is psychological. You know what I'm saying? I play a lot of chess, online chess. You know, I journal a lot. You know, a lot of things are also spatial, right? People talk about the physical, the mental, and all this shit. A lot of things are spatial. You know what I mean? So spatial, I think a lot of great fighters know keep a little bit of space between you and your opponents, right? I think that it's all psychology. I think that, and I've been in fights, like, you know what I'm saying, like at very young ages that kind of taught me maybe like, I think you got to know life ain't safe. Like, I think you got to have that wake up call by getting into some type of situations. I think that makes you smarter. You know what I'm saying? Every time you go through something traumatic, it makes you smarter because you have to know dynamics. Even if you don't know all of the dynamics, you got, you know, the basic dynamics is like, don't piss off this person or that'll happen, or know how to talk to somebody, or maybe you're not always the toughest guy in the room. You know what I'm saying? Like those things slip the mind fast, but those are things because guys think that they're tough. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's one thing also, like, that I stop somebody, like you said, it'll neutralize somebody who think they're tough around me. They'll be like, he's not even giving off that type of energy. No. Once you get physical to a point, because you know when you're young, like somebody could probably tap you on the arm or something. Depending on what type of creature you is, that'll make you, or because you're smart enough to know like what type of creature he might be, you might stop that fast. But that may just lead to more arguments and then lead to a fight. Thank you, Alice. I can't really see you in your profile picture. Talking about say thank you. You can't be afraid, motherfucker. Physical confrontation, I agree. It's more beneficial than not. And that's the thing, man. It's not even about, for me, I feel like I would be lying if I said I get no benefits out of that. I just think that I value other things, bro. I like to laugh. I like to chill, relax. Some people are just more pacifists. I'm not saying I'm a pacifist because I will pass a fist, but I'm just saying some people are more, you know, that's just not my steez. It's not my It's not my vibration. I ain't never been trying to bully nobody, bro. All my life, you know, I've been cool, nice to my neighbors and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just naturally my I think how my mom raised me. You feel me? Might be a little genetic, but my life was very nice and peaceful at some early stages. I think that made it like a lot of people will refer to me as a good kid. Like, you know, you were such a good kid. Like I told you, I was generous. Someone asked me for a piece of gum, I give them a piece of gum. They want another piece, I give them another piece. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have no guard up. Like I gotta protect this or protect that. But I did see you get it took advantage of it very fast. Cause again, the type of environments I was in, I've seen it fast. You know what I'm saying? Like you let somebody hold your chain, you might not get that chain back. You know what I'm saying? I'm a jokester too. My mom raised me to be a social butterfly, but you have to you have you have to be stern and stoic. Just a constant reminder to people that you are not to be played with. I agree. And grounded. And I guess those all words are synonyms to a certain degree, but I like the word grounded because you know you think better when you grounded. You know what I mean, man? Life is a thinking man's game. And it's like a lot of people are dumb, deaf, and blind. And one of the reasons is because if you're thinking the wrong thought at the right time or the wrong time, it could be deadly. You know what I'm saying? Like the right thought is like an algorithm. It's a fucking it's plugging you into um the ability to supersede or underperform at any given time. You know what I'm saying? And just by breathing, I'm big on somatic things like breathing. Um, that's how I know if I really got into fighting, I'll be like a deadly type of nigga because I'm very strategic. Like I've spent a lot of time very quiet growing up. Like I said, very quiet. I was raised around. I had a big sister and a mom. You know, so my mom was always working, and I was pretty much I won't say isolated, but in a way, uh, in many times with the video game or with the cartoons and shit. Uh, so my mind, I work better in a flow state. For me, it's either flow state or no state for majority of my life. But right now, I'm learning to reprogram that somewhat. So in more chaotic environments, I can still get shit done. I've been doing that with the YouTube channel. If anyone been watching me, they've been seeing like I've been grinding the whole year through all distractions. On my old YouTube channel, I was grinding this, so I've been doing this for a couple years. So, you know, if you can't control yourself, you got to control your environment and gear the environment for your success. Home court advantage type of thing. Being grounded scares a lot of people away. What you mean? You making me think of some pimp shit to say. You either be grounded or get the fuck away from rounded. You either grounded or get from rounded. You gotta be grounded, man. You gotta be grounded and well rounded. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I personally feel like for some people, if they're not grounded, they're like distracted. If you're not grounded, because I always make this analogy, right? If I'm right here right now and I'm calm, my nervous system is very relaxed, I'm very grounded, quote unquote. If a pretty woman, say Rihanna comes in here and she starts talking, the average guy is going to become uprooted and over analytical about what's coming out of his mouth. So that says a lot about your character, and women, they see that right up. That's like the first test, because are you able to be grounded? You know what I'm saying? Are you able to stay, like you said, solid, stoic, and all of these words? Can you really do that? And the average times is not, man. I mean, yes, you can potentially do it. You have the potential to be that way. That's why I believe any man could fuck any woman. It's all circumstantial. It's all energetic. You know, if your energy's in the right space, your mind is in the right space. It's like hitting a free throw. It's like, of course, you could miss the free throw if, again, but usually it's because of something. And a lot of coaches could walk right up to you, especially if they're a good shooter. They could walk right up to you and tell you, oh, the ball shouldn't be touching this part of your hand, or put your arm in a little more. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. And now you draining threes like it's nothing. You like, I fixed the free throw and I'm draining threes. It don't make sense. It's just simple. People want complicated. My girlfriend just ate. That's weird. I think a lot of habits you pick up are justifiable due to your circumstances, but you should also think about change. Change is good. It's not facts. So a little bit of open mindedness go a long way. Um, but a whole lot of closed mindedness goes a very long way. Because think about it, bro. Especially as a man, as a masculine, um, uh, selected creature, you should kind of like accept when your mind is closed. And then also, if like the way I look at it is like by chance, right? If you catch me and my mind's a little open, I mean, you might could slip some suggestions in there that make some sense. But for the most part, like I think more men struggle with closing their mind or closing their uh energy, or whatever the word. It was a word I was using earlier. You're going to be closed off in certain environments, in certain places, to certain things, right? I believe a real man has energetic boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see everybody smoking cigarettes, you might be um, suggested to be the next person in line. You know what I'm saying? Or something pops up on your algorithm. It's a suggestion. You know what I'm saying? It's very subtle. It's very quiet. Almost like almost like walking on pillows, very quiet. And you have to be trained to pick up on silent things. You know what I'm saying? Invisible things. You have to be almost psychic or clairvoyant. I guess that's the word, clairvoyant. I think in life, the goal is just to be a couple steps ahead. Even if, like, a couple steps ahead is better than being left behind. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what the word clairvoyant really means, because I don't think I look at that word every day. Clairvoyant. Psychic. I'm starting to think the game is psychic. Like, I think life in the game and all the thing is psychic. A fortune teller, oracle, visionary, um, intuitive, telepathic, well, telepath, mystic, palm reader. Let me read your palm. I seen a pickup artist. He's talking to this cute girl. This was a beautiful way to incorporate some keynote or physical touch. He'd be like, especially if she pretty. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever got your palm read before? She's gonna say no or yes or whatever the fuck. You like, let me see your hand real quick. She's gonna give you her hand because women are they're wired to do that in that situation. They give you her hand. You start, okay. Well, this line means that. You have that line right there. Oh shit. You're gonna say that, right? She gonna be like, what? Then you be like, that line means you're stupid as shit. Nah, I mean, listen, if she don't laugh at that, I don't want her. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, you don't might say, not say stupid as shit, but you say, I forgot the way he worded it, but you get the laugh out of her. You touched her and you got the laugh. Powerful. Opposed to touching her and she cringes. Everything is circumstantial. That's my whole point. If you go up and approach a chick directly and she's in the grocery store because she's getting fucking parsley, of course you're awkward. Unless you're not. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be like a certain type of guy to not feel awkward walking up on someone while they're grabbing parsley. What's good, Townsend? Merry Christmas. How you doing, brother? My young, smart, wise young man. What's good, man? As I've gotten told, you're always welcome to Virginia and keep educating these young people because confidence in being the man is the number one lesson. That's facts. Shout out to Townsend, man. Shout out to Townsend. That's facts, man. Let me ask you, man. Where do you think is a good place to go to meet women? Where do you think is a good place to go? Love, respect, and happy Christmas blessings from someone that has been very proud to get to know you and be in your first moderator. Yes, facts. Even though I work so much, has been a blessing. Yeah, man. That money be calling, man. Always gotta have that shit, man. Cause even me lately, I've been thinking like, man, I might have to go pick up a little 9 to 5 at some point, man. I might have to, you know what I'm saying? Make it make sense, man. Because it's a lot of shit that just money is everything in life gotta add up. And being broke kind of subtracts, when you broke or when you even make a little bit of money here and there, it's like it's a it definitely is a block. You know what I'm saying? It's a block. It's a barrier. But money is not hard to get. Money do grow on trees. He said about each. Oh, he said, and as you know, I have 4 sons, have raised a village of children to their friends and my family. Just because I'm 50, as you know, my adopted son, I still see 3 women that have known about each other since I was 20, 21. It's all about the communication, honesty. They compete for a real man like we talk about all the time, but you have to be the real man and lead. Merry Christmas, all that. That's facts. That's facts. That's facts, man. As y'all can see, when y'all watch this video back or whatever the case may be, Townsend really lives it. He really walks it. He really talks it. He walks it like he talks it, man. Ain't nobody gonna come in here this many times with the same story and be lying. You know what I'm saying? Townsend, y'all need to observe. He ain't got no reason to lie. He a grown man, and he really doing that. Really got 2 different women, man. Really doing that. I'm always here for you anytime, bro. Like I said, all you gotta do is hit me up and I'll help you any way I can. I run a construction company and a body shop. Yeah, man. I remember, man. I remember for sure. For sure, man. For sure. We're gonna make it happen, man. We're gonna make everything happen. Like I said, man, I like to travel and stuff like that. So at the end of the day, We going into 2026 and we're gonna make a lot of shit happen. You're always welcome at the Townsend household. Keep being confident like you are. Got such a good head on your shoulders. Give me hope for the future. Like I told you a long time ago. Real talk, man. Real talk. Right back at you, man. You're super confident, man. That's one thing that I noticed about you, man. And and I like talking to older guys, man, because they have a lot of wisdom. You can't buy that. Well, I mean, sometimes depending on what type of product you're trying to buy from a coach or some shit. What's good, Grace? But yeah, man, like ever since I was young though, like I'll be in the neighborhood and I'll be talking to my bro's older brother, and I'll be like, yo, bro, like he'll be dropping so much game. I'll be like, yo, like I remember just blurting out and saying like, yo, man, I love talking to older cats, bro. Like, you feel me? And it was one of them lovable moments. Cause I said it in front of my cousin, I said it in front of my bro. And it's just the truth, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll hang around my age group, you know what I'm saying? I'll play basketball. You know, we all bros and shit. But at the end of the day, when it comes to life, you could learn so much from different age groups at the end of the day, because not only because it is kind of because they've been there, you know, before and shit, but it's just you can learn. Just all it is, you can learn. And I've been privy to that, man. I've always been seeing that shit. I meet women at the most working different jobs. Nah, facts. That is a place, and I always said that. If y'all watching this chat, I've always said that. I've always said that. Anytime I'm inside of, like, when I was in Job Corps, when I was like, anytime I'm doing something productive, it's kind of like women are kind of like bees, and they like smell the honey and the nectar, and they kind of come and swarm. They kind of be around, and they might even be there for them, you know, to get their own job or get their own money. But I think it's more about that. And I think that as men, we're like, I think as human beings, we're all vessels, you know what I'm saying? And so there's really no man above any other. Like, the most honorable man is just being himself, and just like he's making sure people that are like him are good. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like how bro doing right now. Like, it's like there's no big me, little you, right? When I went to Job Corps, I was just going there just to get my life together. It just so happens that you notice women staring at you and shit. That's how it happens, fellas. In my life, that's how it's been happening. When I go and approach, like, that's why I'm trying to give y'all some openers now to use at the library and use at the gym, because openers have been, I think a lot of people use them, but some people may think you're being too indirect. But I don't think every man's supposed to just be so direct. How you feel about that, Townsend? Direct versus indirect? Like, I feel like there's a time to be direct and there's a time to be indirect. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when you're at the gym or the library, you got free choice. You know what I'm saying? Like, what type of like woman do she look like she is? Do you not want to waste your time and just cut to the chase and let her know that, you know, she caught your eye, whatever the case? Make it man to woman right off the rip. You want to account for everything in the environment. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think in a quiet place like a library, you kind of want to be cognizant of where you're at and be appropriate with your conversation. And because I don't went direct. Last time I went to the library, it was a couple chicks. I went direct, got rejected like 4 times. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't feel no type of way, because y'all know I do this shit. But it's just, you gotta be, I think being more indirect would be more built for that type of environment. Um 26, and he says that, wait, hold on. I mean, women at work, different jobs, they bring me water, they offer you beer. It's all about get them to smile, whether you're at the grocery store or sweating to death. That's real. That's real shit. I was thinking that earlier today. I'm like, it's not location, it's personality. You know what I'm saying? It's not location. You could be online, you could be working, and you could be doing anything. Because at the end of the day, it's just gonna be the way you talk to their ass. So I definitely see what you're saying, man. Especially again, me coming from humble beginnings where I had no money, no gym membership, none of that shit. So I'm very in tune with what you're saying. Women like to see a man that's confident in himself. You do not have to be the most attractive man. Like I've told you many times, it's about handling yourself like a man. Communication is the key. That's facts. And then a lot of communication is nonverbal. So I'm gonna probably make a video on that, like the verbal and nonverbal. You know what I'm saying? Probably make a video on that. My adopted son is 26, and he says that you turn down more women than anybody I know because they've seen it. That's crazy. Their whole lives on job sites of other things. My youngest sons run that body shop. My other three sons, as you know, work for the construction company that my grandpa started, and I worked with him from time I was 10. No clue one day it would be my business to run. That's interesting, bro. Well, I've told you this before because I care about your young man. You stay busy, stack your money up, hang out with those few girls that are worthy. You don't have time for dumb shit. Facts. Come down here. We'll put you to work anytime, bro. I'm always looking for good help. I've got work that we know what to do with. I have to turn it down, and I have 7 employees. The construction deal, I just went in with another guy because my youngest son wanted to do something different, and I told you I encourage all of them to chase their dreams, not dads. I know I don't work for the money. We've talked about this. My houses are paid for. I mean, you see my YouTube channel. I do instructional videos because I didn't see it. I gotta click. I gotta click on it. I gotta click on it, man. I'm gonna watch something. I didn't even know. I'm gonna see about it, man. I do instructional videos because I'm really good at the Bronco 2 from the 80s. My youngest son got tired of people reaching out to him on Instagram going, whose trucks always in the truck videos that you put up. These videos are 10 years old, probably. Money does not buy happy. And from the perspective of having more money than I knew what to do with when I was in my early 30s, made me know more happier. So that's why I don't really chase money. Because of a girl who just likes you for money, she's worthless. But keep your mind and your body is just good for their soul, your soul. Like we talked about, everything else have fallen into place. That's facts. So broke or comfortable like I am now have nothing to do with the girls that I'm seeing since my early 20s knew me when I won't nowhere as close as comfortable as I am today. That's interesting. They have never asked me for money one time because you want to pick a woman that's going to do her part. When when I'm with either one of those girls, they know I beat them top notch. Oh, I treat them top notch. I treat them top notch. But they know I expect the same treatment back, or the ankle. See, Chris, don't be too available like I talked about before with you. Sometimes these girls text me, return their texts for days because, like I've been telling them for years, I got man big boy problems to think about now. They're in danger, of course, something. Of course, I called them to go help them, but I don't have time. The dumb shit there, a lot of people get caught up in today. Like I taught my sons, is in so many other young men and women. When you have your mind, body so busy, and the girls come, I don't want to. I don't want to add more to the roster. I mean, I could weekly add another girl if I truly wanted to, and that helps you with your confidence. Date more than one girl. Don't lie about it. Yeah, man, that's what they say, man. They saying, man, if you want to be polygamous, it's more attractive than cheating. You know, cheating make you look like you hiding something, but telling a woman, hey, I want you to be a part of this, or whatever, that makes you look more masculine. That's what they saying. Date more than one girl. Don't lie about it. As you know, I've been telling you for a long time. It has worked for me. I'm 50 and still working. I disrespect two of the girls a lot because I've known them so long, but I run a tight ship. Facts. Do you think birds are real or drones? I don't know, man. Townsend said, what type of question is that, bro? I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm the man, and that's the natural order of things that we discuss. Men have forgotten that a woman should know her place. You've talked about this a bunch of times. Facts, facts, facts. And again, it's understood, don't got to be explained. You know what I'm saying? I just been explaining it, like you said, for the last year. But I've come to realize that, like you said, man, when you really out here, you really approaching women, you really, like, again, it's hard to explain verbally, right? Because you could be in an energetic. It's your energy at the end of the day. So it's like, how do you explain energy verbally? You know what I mean? Like, some things can't really. I mean, obviously they could be explained, but what I'm trying to say is, like, it's like magic. When you see it, a man manifest some bad bitches, or when you see a man actually get up and go talk to him, it's not about the course of action, whether he sat there and they came or he got up and went to go get it. It's like asking the difference between, a lot of people think because guys are on the internet, like, oh, you're not working hard. You know what I'm saying? It's just a different type of work. But it's still labor. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about where you're at. It's not about how you do what you do. It's about, like, having your ducks in a row, like you said, like running a tight ship. That's before the women even get there. So I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, the manifesto of what everyone else sees, like, oh, how'd he do that? I remember when he used to be beating his meat every day. Now he got two bad bitches. It's like they don't see the work that you put in on yourself to actually be that seductive or that attractive. But it's just like building anything else. It's like building a building or building a house or a hospital or whatever. It's like it took time for me personally, because again, I've always had women attract to me. I'm sure every man have, because again, while we were in neighborhoods and schools growing up, women are going to have eyes for certain guys, you know what I'm saying? But as you get into more manhood, like you said, more older and stuff like that, it's more like you got to fish for your own self, you know what I'm saying? Either you're going to know how to talk to women or you're not, or you're either going to have bad energy or you're not, you know what I'm saying? These things are interchangeable for the most part. uh but I think like the video I dropped a couple days ago, for every man has to seek his own soul, you know what I'm saying? He has to know whether he's, he has to know his own, like his own way, his own vibration, his own way of catching, because it's like, even with today, what we talking about, like going direct or indirect in the library and in the gym, it's like some people think you shouldn't even be talking to women in the gym. You know what I'm saying? I beg to differ. You know what I'm saying? I beg to differ, because at the end of the day, if you're in the gym and you see something you want and you don't talk, you're gonna go home and beat your meat. So it's a lose lose on your end, and you're gonna say, especially if you're somebody who subscribed to this channel, or if you're me, I'm gonna be like, damn, bro, like, what, you scared to talk to women now or some shit? Like, you've been doing this shit, you scared to talk? Like, that's how I'm gonna think to myself, like, nigga, like, what, what's gotten into you? Like, you possessed or some shit? Like, and that's just me talking to myself how, how I feel like I need to be talked to in that situation. Because at what point do you become scared to cut your own grass or mow your own lawn or fix your curtains? Or at what point do you not make your own bed? If you've been doing it all your life, you should just do it, right? So that's how I look at going to the gym or the library. If you see a chick that's not only pretty, but your type, or someone you could see yourself sleeping with, where do you miss the fucking like approach? Like I was just saying, I was in the library a couple of days ago, maybe 2 days ago, and I was doing a YouTube video. I didn't even post it. And I was saying to myself, I said in the video, I said, damn, it's a shorty right there. And I kind of put the camera on a little bit, but then I said, hold on. I paused the camera and I put the phone in my pocket. I went over there and I talked to her. I told her, she caught my eye and she was like, thank you. But she said it in a way where it was like, I'm rejecting the fuck out of you. And it was the first rejection it was my first approach of the day. So, I mean, did it feel the best? Nah. But did I understand that I don't give a fuck? Yeah, hell yeah, I understood that I didn't give a fuck. Because at what point do I not do what I tell myself to do as a man? At when? And where in history has that been actually manly to not try? You know what I'm saying? So I look at those things, bro. I look at those things and I say, what's the difference between the guy who keeps going and the guy who just be like, that shit hurts so bad? Anything you do, you get used to. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely left that day with a chick right now that I feel like is way serious, way high interest. You know what I'm saying? Way more highly interested. So what I'm trying to say is I approached about 15 women. I gotta mathematically sort it out. So for fellas who listen, this is how it's gonna typically go if you subscribe to me. You approach 15 women. Half of 15 is about 7. Half of 14 is 7, but you know what I'm trying to say. So, but if you approach 15, by the time you go home, 7 of them women have been followed you on Instagram, or you'll exchange information with about 7 women. By the time you hit those women up, this is where my concept of, I just posted a video yesterday on how to not sap your energy and how not to waste your time with women. I call it the top 3. There's going to be 3 women out of those 7, which is, again, a half of a deduction. So you approach 15, time you get home, it's going to be about 7, half of that's actually following you. You're following them back, or you're texting them, or they're in your phone, wherever you sent them to. And then while you're at that 7, you're going to have a top 3 Out of those 7, meaning those top 3 are the ones that you can actually, either sleep with, go on a date, or those are the ones that's high interest. Because the other ones are not even gonna write you back. They followed you, but they're not gonna write you back. You know what I'm saying? So I mathematically seen this shit, and I didn't like try to mathematically make it, but I've noticed it over time. That's typically how it go. Everything is half. It's gonna be cut in half, and by the time that next day come, tomorrow, you're going to be able to see a little bit more cleanly what I'm talking about. Out of those top three women, there's gonna be that even break down into categories, to be honest. But the one that you see that is the most invested, you have, and this is why I came up with that concept, because I call it sap. Because most guys let women and their environment and the world itself sap their energy. But I call it SAP because it stands for Selective Admiration Protocol. So I noticed most people in society have been bred to be attracted to people they can't even touch or get next to. So that saps your energy because it tells you you can't do something. But what I'm saying is, I wanted to be selective about my attention. I mean, my admiration or attention to, that's all the same word, synonym for like focus. I never want to be in a position where I'm focusing on a woman that does not like me or does not see me as a sexual option. So I created selective admiration protocol. And with those top 3, these are the women that you should be texting, sending voice messages, calling, trying to set up a date. Out of those top 3, 1 or 2 of them are going to be the ones that's going to actually want to get to know you. I ain't say she going to fuck you. I said she going to want to get to know you. And I want y'all to meditate on that shit. Because I don't really care if I fuck a chick on the first day. A lot of coaches do. I don't really care. And that's me personally. Yes, I would like to, but that's because I'm sexually attracted to you. But that's where the rubber meets the road, because I'm definitely just trying to get to know you. And that is where you start your vetting process. That's where you start to actually, and this is where the top 3 concept come in, because in the top 3, there's certain expectations, vetting expectations, I guess, that I start to examine. Because a woman could be this woman could make it to the top 3 and still be playing games. Meaning like, okay, she knows she got you on Instagram. So she'll say, hi, how you doing? How'd you get in the house? And you gotta start talking a little bit. And then she kind of goes, especially, and this is also created for guys who are not the most social, not the most like gamified. They don't got all the Rizz, the charisma. They might not have all that. This is a sure protocol that is going to ensure that you are actually in a position to eat, to go on dates, fuck, and do all that shit. Because out of 15 approaches, 1 of them women are going to be high interest. I promise you. And then you should be approaching 15 women a day. That's what I tell guys to do. Now, obviously, you could break that down. Use Snapchat, use Instagram, use Hinge, use Bumble, you can incorporate all that. By the time you go outside, you should already be in conversations. But the top 3 concepts spoke to my heart, because what it told me was every day of 365 days of the year, you can always have top 3. You can always in your phone have a top 3. And that top 3 will interchange each day, right? Today is 4:00 in the morning. We're in a new day. Oh, it's 7:00. It's a new day. So my top 3, right? The one that is serious will still be serious. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys feel like they can't even get one chick, but it's because the way they're going about it. They're not So again, it go back to the sap concept. I found in my earlier journey of learning game, I would always pay attention subconsciously to the women that didn't want me. So even though there would be chicks that was writing me fast, texting me fast, and they're right there, my brain would be like, all right, I see her, I feel like I got her. What about her though? And you'll be trying to grasp on to serve two gods at once, two goddesses at once. But really, the universe would prefer you to give her your undivided attention because she's giving you hers. Even though, yeah, she probably got some other niggas who trying to fuck her, but she's giving you her undivided attention. You feel me? So the universe, I feel like, wanted me to reciprocate energy to all vessels that was giving me good energy. So if a chick is giving you good energy, you have to narrow in on that good energy. And that's a daily practice, because the average loser is going to do what I was doing, which is to try to divide his attention amongst the bitches he approached. But that's like gambling, because you're putting your attention on all these different women, but only one or two of them, since I've done the math, right, it's been proven that only one or two of them even are thinking about sleeping with you at all. You know, the ones that rejected you. The ones that you ended up exchanging information with are just a bunch of random women, like a casino pulling a lever. And the ones that made it to the top three, the ones that wrote you back, the ones that actually want to see what you're about, those women are the top three. And if you don't put your innate focus on those women with all you got, then you don't really want to be in a relationship. You really don't want women, and you really don't know women nature, because women, and this is where game really come in, because women don't care why you're taking forever not to text them back. Right? They just see that you're not texting them back, and they feel something about that. And because they're women, they think totally different than us. They feel some type of way. Okay, he not that busy. Now, what my bro Townsend just said, he said, man, I agree. I'm just like that. I text slow as fuck. I don't give a fuck. The right woman, though, this is why this protocol is so fire, because the right woman, she's not gonna. This protocol, the SAP protocol, allows you to vet, because if you don't text, I don't text fast. You know, I text when I get the chance to. So personally, and I'm not going to make it seem like I never have the chance to, like, because sometimes I got to wake myself up out of that. Like, wait, hold on. Hit them shorties back. What you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because I'll be lost in a YouTube video or a channel, or so I'll be lost in some shit that doesn't even, it's not real world. Like, you know, it's not the real world. It's online. I'll be lost in some other shit. But taking that initiative to hit them bitches up, that's your responsibility as a man. I think a lot of guys say they want women, but they're not responsible. You know, so I think responsibility is the problem, because I couldn't see that I was doing that. You know what I'm saying? I would literally, my mind would get sidetracked. I'd be like, damn, this woman right here too perfect. You know what I'm saying? She too nice. I want that bitch that I can't get. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be a lot of them that's just, y'all are not really compatible, but they're sexy as shit. And the only way you're getting those women is by actually going with the women that really like you in the first place. Because the women that's not shit, yeah, they'll give you some ass, because that's just how you know, that's how they're wired. You know, they'll give you some ass, but you might not even get that, because you're not really like a wholesome nigga, because you're supposed to pay attention to the women that's paying attention to you. That's how that should go. So it's a mental impairment, and you're easily distracted. It's a weakness. And I think the universe chastises men's weaknesses. So you'll lose all the bitches for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You'll lose every single bitch. To the point where you'll think something wrong. You're like, damn, The dating game is rigged. This and that. No, you're self-sabotaging your dating life because you're not selecting who you're admiring. That's where the selective admiration protocol was created. It was birthed because I know my own brain and how it's wired and what it does. It literally pays attention to the bad in life. That's how most human beings are wired. And their mind literally goes towards what they can't control, which is a bad bitch that got on all that tight shit and you met her. Like that literally happened to me a couple days ago. Bad bitch in Walmart. She said she's from Cali. You know what I'm saying? Got the Instagram and all that shit. And I had to really check myself like, bro, in the past, you was the type of guy, yo, actually wait for this bitch to hit you back up. You're not that guy anymore. You feel what I'm saying? You're not that guy. That's where guys go wrong. Because they're sapping energy. Because your subconscious focus is still sapping energy. It's telling you she's important. I can't wait till she hit me back up. Out of all these bitches, what makes her so special? Besides the fact that you want to go balls deep. That's exactly what it is. And it all goes back to that same thing that fucks guys up with the porn and all that. It's the self-discipline. It's the same thing. And it's not even about being the most disciplined nigga in the world. It's about training your consciousness to where you don't chase things or even pay attention. Because the word focus, right? It's like a flashlight. We only got, it goes in one direction. So if you divide that amongst, if you delegate that amongst too many different women or even situations or shit in your life, the manifestation won't solidify. You know, if you want a roster, that's a manifestation. It won't happen because you're trying to get the bad bitches that think they shit don't stink, and you're trying to get the chicks that's actually the ones that might actually become your girlfriend. Those are two different types of energies, two different types of entities that live inside of those people. One is just moving, minding their business. Well, they all minding their business, but the ones that's the darker side, they the darker side. You feel what I'm saying? And it's not to say you can't, again, sleep with those women. You might not even really want to do that after. Like you might think you want to do that. That's what's wrong with guys. They think they want to do that, but you don't really know what you're doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. That's why the sap concept is so fucking fire. Because I'm like, bro, a master of game is just a guy that masters his focus. Energy goes where attention, energy flows where attention goes. I think that's how it goes. So I noticed like, yo, you approach 15 women, but it's not about how many women you approach, because you could approach 2 women. But the top 3 concept and the SAP concept together is perfectly braided together. It's perfectly weaved together, because it's like women could pick up on the SAP energy. Meaning like, this nigga wants me to text him. He cares. They don't consciously know. They feel in the unseen realm that your ass is thirsty. Not even for every woman, but specifically for her, which is even crazier. But that's, again, that exposes how much game you don't got. And that's why I say like, that shit right there is the game, because you could up the amount of women you talk to per day or per week or per month or per year. That's not the hard part. The hard part is that guys don't trust that the ROI is going to be there, so they don't up anything, because they're like, I don't trust that if I do more that I'm going to get anything, because I'm doing 5 approaches or 10 approaches and it's not manifesting into nothing. So then they think that what's the point of scaling higher and approaching more women? But I'm here to tell you, it don't matter if you approach 2 or 200 a day. If you don't segregate the ones that are serious. It's like having a strainer or a filter. You gotta filter that shit so finely, precisely. Because if some of this get on some of that, I know y'all don't see like shows and shits of like pimps or like guys who got a lot of women. Soon as one woman turns rotten and starts arguing with that man, disrespecting that man, the other women instinctively start violating that nigga. And you're like, how the fuck? Shouldn't like they be individuals enough to be like, I'm not gonna disrespect daddy. These other girls doing it, they some stupid bitches. They gonna get their stupid ass kicked out. But no, almost every time they learn behavior from each other. Like, okay, well, she's doing it, I'll me do it. But if she never seen her do it, she would have never acted that way. It's crazy. But that shows you, this says a lot. You have to have a strainer. You have to be like, okay, these women are worth my attention. Not even my time yet. My attention. These women are not worth even my attention. Let me unfollow all these chicks that just wanted to get me out their face. So they just gave me their Instagram just to get me out their face. They really don't want nothing serious. Because it's insane on a spiritual level, I would say, to assume that because you're ready for a relationship, that them hoes is ready for one. You see what I'm saying? So the average guy is getting rejected, but he thinks there's something wrong with him. But he's not even looking at it from a spiritual perspective. He's just looking at it from a sure, logical. Like, okay, well, I approached 15 women. That means 15 women should be in my phone and they should be trying to suck dick. Nah, that's not, it doesn't mean that it's never going to go that way. But at the beginning of the buildup, it's probably usually never going to go that way. It's like a business, you know what I'm saying? You first start a business and you just expect people to come in there and buy cookies and shit. Motherfuckers don't even like cookies like that. So ain't nobody gonna go in there and buy nothing. Like, so these women that have been heartbroken, dragged through the mud, 5-year relationships, and then nigga cheated on them. They going in Walmart or wherever they going to buy broccoli. They ain't even eating healthy. Like, I looked into chick carrots from Cali. She's buying all type of stupid shit. So it just you can't expect them to be serious like that. And you can't expect them to take you serious. Most women only take guys serious when the guy is already glowing up. He already glowed up. He already got the plaque on the wall. He already got this. He already got that. It don't matter how you look. Yeah, your looks do tip the scale in certain situations, but for the most part, it's gonna be them accolades. Like, can he buy me this? Can he do that for me? Is he? Because he know it where you won't do that, another nigga will, or another nigga is actually actively trying to do it. So a lot of time, y'all guys are taking L's not for no personal reason. Women are not that personal. They don't really care about none of that shit. They looking at this shit holistically, like, okay, I could get dick anytime. That's boring. You know what I'm saying? Who really got accolades that when I get with him, I could spend the rest of my life with? You know what I'm saying? I look at Blueface relationship too with his new girlfriend. It's a lot of, his new girlfriend seemed like she really, I didn't think she was all that cute at first, but man, I feel like she got some qualities, bro. I don't know if y'all know who I'm talking about, man. She got some qualities, bro. She got some qualities, bro. She's such a perfect person. Like right now in my mind, like, it's crazy. And she looked better to me since I've started to see them qualities. Them qualities, man, like I love a woman that grow on you. I ain't gonna lie. I love a woman that when you first see her, you like, I don't know about her. And then she end up being so like feminine and lovey-dovey and being perfect. That should be crazy. It's real psychological fuck, like a mental fuck. So it's like, and then like I said, vice versa. It'd be these chicks that you meet out, and you meet these chicks out in Walmart or wherever, and they got on some tight shit, sexy as shit. Like, damn, I'm gonna punish her shit. But then you fantasizing. She got you fantasizing. She threw on the right outfit. You know, she got the little petite, little nice figure. And yeah, she might be a good time. She might be a good time, but what's a good time to a great life? A good time ain't got shit on a good life. And that's why Satan is real, because Satan is coming through these chicks like he promised us he would. He come through the little fine shit and try to basically, because guys are tempted through their dick, bro. Let's just be honest. That's what's happening. Temptress, the spirit of Jezebel. And I mean, again, you can't even vet if you don't first do the SAP protocol and mix the SAP protocol with the top three, because you only supposed to be vetting the top three. You can't vet no chick who is not writing you back. You know what I'm saying? But with the top three, you can start to vet and see, okay, let me really talk to her. Let me spend all my time with the top three. And that can rotate out, because either a chick will start taking you more serious, or a chick will periodically take you less serious. But in the top three, it's kind of hard for them to take you less serious, because you're giving them so much. Not saying you're giving them so much attention to where you're spoiling them early with attention, but you're giving them a good amount where they're like, okay, I feel like I'm getting some attention from this guy. So something could really pop off from there. It can't really pop off if you're just giving them like, they give you, like, I like women who don't give me one word answers. Women that give me like 2-sentence answers or some shit. Women who I like, my boy Townsend said, you could text them a day later and they still hit you back because they remember you. They like you. They're trying to find a man. They're trying to get together. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to see what you all about. Those are two things right there. A woman that you could tell her, let's get together, let's link up, and she's not going to go into like this like fall back or lazy thing or skeptical thing. Like, I think he wants to fuck me. So what, bitch? What you think I approached you for, bitch? No disrespect. I'm not trying to use that B word too freely, but I'm just saying, like, God damn, like it's like a form of retard. I mean, I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to use these type of words. That was a bad word. It's like a form of just like, it almost comes across like that, like a form of like illiteracy. Like, you mean to tell me you look good, you've been out here all your life, and you think he approached you and he don't want to fuck you? No, you know he will fuck you, and that bothers you. So now, like I said, guys, a lot of times y'all got to come in a way where it's not about hiding the fact that you want to fuck at all, actually. It's about communication skills. That's what it's really about, because in any given situation, you should be in control of yourself. That's really what it's really about. I ain't even see all this. Townsend said, I don't play Call of Duty, Patricia, but I'm going to get a game system soon. Ernest Jennings said, can you watch my kid while I make it rain on them hoes real quick? OP Soul said, bro, you talking to yourself. Come on. I can't talk to myself, man. What's good, Angel? See, I like when I see them comments like that, like you talk to yourself. That let me know that there's some losers out here who watching me that really wish that I would be weak like them and care that I'm talking to myself. I don't care, you know. I know that when I talk to myself, like y'all are dumb. Y'all want to talk to other people. Y'all are stupid. Like y'all, like a woman, crave intimacy with another man. Like y'all want to talk to other people. I want to talk to myself. I'm going to listen not only to what's being said on the surface, but I'm going to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to know the intention behind the words. Why would I talk to somebody and miss the opportunity to gain insight on my own psychology? Why would I talk to another? Y'all are so busy sharing psyches with other people that y'all are not growing. You know what I'm saying? If you look at plants, every plant is in communication with each other, but they're not kissing each other ass. They're not trolling each other. They're not dick riding each other. They're not doing that. They're literally planted in who they are, focusing on what they're extracting from the sun. They're extracting rain for themselves to go into their roots so that they can, and trees and plants, they communicate underground, right? They communicate underground. So all of this, you talking to yourself bullshit, man. You got to find another person and try to kill his confidence. You can't kill my confidence. You can't. I've been doing this shit too long. I've been doing this YouTube shit long enough. Just because you unconfident and you scared to talk to yourself, which is a feminine thing for sure. I'm not, nigga. I'm not scared to be alone. And I know that makes certain people jealous because they're like, man, I wish I loved myself. I wish I could be alone and talk to myself. I wish I could be so solid that whether it's 30 people in here or 10 people or one person, that I could just be have delusional confidence. I wish I could just love myself and give into myself and feed into myself. I can't do that, man. I'm so codependent. I care what my whole family tree think about me. I care what everybody think. Because that's feminine. And when you see a masculine, you get mad. Because that's what women do. Because you can't control masculine. Just like a woman. Possessive. Wanting to outwit the masculine. The antonym for feminine is unwomanly. Right? Caveman. Motherfucker came in my cave and motherfucker told me I'm talking to myself. Motherfucker, I'm in the cave. I'm supposed to be talking to myself. Bitch, I'm supposed to be doing that. You came into the cave. You lucky I don't eat you and put you on I'm gonna say that, but put you on a fire like cavemen would do for coming in their cave. You don't never go in a man's cave and talk crazy and think that you some type of comedian. Because see, that's like when I was younger, if you're going to barbershop, it's like a man's cave of some sort. And you go in there acting feminine, niggas gonna start roasting you. You're gonna get so roasted, you're gonna be like, you're gonna want to go home. And you never gonna come back. You're gonna want to go home. Because man, men don't act like that. Fuck you talking about. This is what's this word? Neanderthal cave. Fuck you talking about. I don't even want to hang around somebody who's scared to be alone. You fucking weak motherfucker. Like, you don't want to be alone. Every woman I know hate being alone. Unless they understand that, okay, I've been so fucked up that I want some peace. But every woman hates being I mean, they love being I mean, they hate being alone. The weaker they are too, the more they hate being alone. So yeah, I could talk to my I've been talking to myself for a long time, man. Came in this world alone. I'm gonna grow alone. I'm gonna pimp alone. No, I'm just playing. I'm going. It's all alone, man. I don't need no validation, man. What's wrong with you? Real men do not need no company, man. You gotta quit that. Whoever taught you that, you gotta take that up with them, man, because that shit crazy. If I wouldn't know who I was if I wasn't the type of nigga to be alone. I love myself. I love being alone, man. That shit is like, I don't know. It's like a fragrance that just smells so good, like a cologne that just. You ever spray cologne on yourself and you like, damn, I don't even need a bitch to smell it. I smell it. That shit smell good. That's how I feel when I'm alone. When I love myself while being alone. Like, damn, that's really who you is. You really that type of nigga. You really like that. That's you. That's you. You love you. So for me to even tolerate the suggestion that I'm talking to myself or even take that comment serious, I feel like I'm degrading myself right now by talking to your loser ass. Yeah, man, that shit real shit, man. Shit, I'm talking to myself. I'm about to talk to you and your friends. Fuck wrong with you? A lot of times I see people, groups of people, I look at them, I be like, man, I can't. Like I see you, you might be cool, but I don't want to even be in that proximity because people think like that guy. And that mindset is contagious. It's contagious. We got 100 votes in here, man. 60% said the gym, 40% said the library. So a lot of y'all, yeah, a lot of people go to the gym. That's one popular place, man, that y'all love to go. The club, the gym, these are places that people go and shit like that. For me, it's gonna be both of those though. If I could click both, I was gonna put a third bar in there that said both, but that would have been my option, man. The gym and the library. These places are very, very, very attractive to me. You know what I'm saying? And in January, I might really lock in fully with the gym shit. But it's looking real handsome right now, so I might really do that. Um, but yeah, what a bitch to tell me I'm talking to myself. It's like these guys, they practice psychically reading you and saying, "Oh, this is gonna bother him." Let me say this. It's like a girl. Like that shit bothers me, bro. Like it does. Cause like I said, I grew up around women and I know how petty they could be. And I see a lot of y'all guys acting like that, bro. It bothers my soul. Like you try to find something that would bother you if you were me and say that thing. Like, bro, you have too much time on your hands and you're trying to project that onto me. That's usually what's happening. Cause like I said, I'm in here talking about business, getting shit done. I'm in here talking about real shit. And even though the shit that I'm saying, it might be foreign to you because you're a loser. So it's like it's supposed to be foreign. But when you see the payoff in the shit that I say, when y'all actually go out there in the real world and get off my nuts and go talk to a woman and then put this shit in play, y'all gonna know like, damn, I gotta go apologize to Coach GL Dub, man. I was just being a dick rider, bro. I gotta apologize to him, bro. You gotta apologize, man. That's when you're going. I'm gonna put you over my knee and I'm gonna spank you like your dad should have. Um, but that's here nor there, man. That's some other shit. Yeah, man. Howard said Howard said library I work outside. Wait, I work outside. Okay. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Uh Townsend said a lot, so I'm trying to just teach the next generation of men that took all time and patience to teach you, Christopher, and I've kept my word. A word is the most important thing about a man. Without being a man of your words or nothing, like we've discussed before, I got owned what you do too good and bad. I've made tons of mistakes, just like every human being on the planet. You're supposed to learn lessons from your mistakes, just as well as your triumph times. That's what life about. Do what you say and say what you do. Screw up, you own it. You don't hide from take ownership, but learn from the good and the bad. That's a mark of a man. Never ask a girl for money, like I told you for a long time now, but make sure you treat a good girl top notch. That takes time to get to know them. But if they're disrespectful, leave. That's facts. If you got the right chick and you just take the time to get to know them, and that's the thing. Like I think a lot of coaches nowadays are pushing you sleep with a woman as soon as you meet her. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think it's kind of like yeah and no. You know what I'm saying? So it's dangerous territory because it's like yeah and no, but it's like more to me. For me, it's more of a no because it's like it depends on again, and this is why like everything depends on something else. So it's like, of course, if you went up and approached her, that you're sexually attracted to her. Now, you obviously can sleep with her, and you know, most cases would want to, But I think as you develop more game, you quiet the noise that's there, like about sex and about body count and about a lot of that poisonous information. Like a lot of that shit is poison. Like it's no, like it's not that body count can't be accounted for, but it's just like that doesn't need to be on the forefront of your mind. Like in my opinion, it doesn't. Uh, it could be there. You could remember your body count and shit like that, but it doesn't. It's not, such a big deal. Appreciate the gift, Townsend. My guy got me some coffee or some shit, hot chocolate. But yeah, man, I think it's more so important to catch a vibe and really, 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 like you said, take things not slow, not fast. Slow would I prefer sometimes slow. Like even like how we said we text slow. I prefer slow speed actually than no speed or moving fast. I prefer balance, but if she again, the most important thing is that you filter those women out that's playing games and you highlight and give attention to those that are letting you know like, hey, you're cute. Hey, how you doing? Like, I want to talk to you. Like, because it may not be easy. Like I noticed like when I try to divide all my attention up, I might not even like do little things. Like I might not call, I might not do things that I could do that I'm not doing because I'm so busy trying to. It's like I'm casting too big of a net. You know what I'm saying? You kind of want to your filtering process. You'll eliminate fast what doesn't serve you. That has to, in most people's lives, come up to par, and then they'll be able to really hone in on those women that they should cherish. Not that they do cherish, that they should cherish. My guy Townsend, man, what's good, man? 50 gifted, man. Shout out to Townsend, man. Shout out to Townsend with the 50 gifted. Townsend, man, what's good, bro? I appreciate you, man. 50 gifted. I think that's the most gifted I've gotten all at once. Shout out to Townsend, man. Shout out to Townsend. I appreciate that, bro. I cannot thank you enough, man. I appreciate that. So yeah. Nah, but Townsend, man, I think that guys have been taught the wrong game, bro. And there's nothing, wrong because every man has their own way. Like I even had to say earlier to myself, a lot of guys, some guys get sex fast. Some guys are like when I was growing up, I think I was like I could do both. So I could get it fast, of course, but at the same time, I was such a I think like nice guy to a degree that like I was like both. I wasn't nice, but I was nice enough to where like a woman would want to lean on a nigga like me, like, okay, like I'm gonna like be around him. He's nice, I'm gonna try to make him my boyfriend instead of just give him this ass. I'm gonna give him this ass, but I think it was because women would think I was attractive physically, so they're like, oh, there's no way I'm not giving him this ass. But once I give him the ass, I want to stay around this type of guy. You know what I'm saying? Very warm type of thing. Now, the way other coaches kick game, like, yo, just sleep with her fast and shit like that, they kicking game for the guys who they value the body count, they value to be able to say I fucked her when shit don't go the right way. Like, yo, I fucked her already, bro. I don't care. They value the slum part of the game, the sleazeball part of the game, the the part that we all love as men at the end of the day. But it's like it comes a point where you got to separate. Is it a sport or is it actually a potential? You know what I'm saying? Is like, are you a lover boy type of nigga, or are you I'm just fucking every chick. I don't want to know her first name, her middle name. I genuinely think there's a split right there. And I think when people make YouTube videos, they attract all different types of crowds. And I'm not saying I can't be a player, but I mean, I just think for me, I'm a different type of player. You know what I'm saying? Like I actually, I think I run a different type of ship. Like you said, a lot of people run a very tight ship, and I respect that. I think me, because I'm not that young. I'm 30, but in terms of game years, I'm still like a baby. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I, I'm not a nice guy, but I'm not at that point of total uh mastery, like dominance of like this way or nothing. Everything going this way. Bitch, get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, I get like that, but that has to be, it has to be with great cause and great reason. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just too nice of a guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a nice guy, but I was raised a certain type of way, so it don't really mesh with me to just be a machine. You know what I'm saying? It don't really mesh with me too good. So I think for me, a lot of people I've heard tell me they think I need a nice woman. You know, a chick that's super nice, that don't like to argue and shit like that. And I agree. I genuinely agree with that. Now, does that take away from how much ism that I actually got? Hell fucking no. It just lets me know that because you was raised a certain type of way, that you're gonna need a certain type of woman or certain type of women. Otherwise, you could fuck any type of woman. You know what I'm saying? Because as long as you got, your body part and she got hers, that could happen. Some guys are more likely to feast off of that though. Like, oh, I'm a man, she got that part, I got that part, I'm just fucking. I think that's kind of like psychopathic, and I wouldn't say P Diddy-ish, but just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like just a smudge, because it's like, you know, I feel like for somebody like me to do that, that'd be like my soul or my heart would have to be almost black or missing. But as long as my organs are intact, it's like I'm not going to really just be such a brute about it. You know what I'm saying? Like if a couple chicks play me or don't want to sleep with me, or I feel like they wasted my time, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's not so life or death that if a chick doesn't sleep with me, that I'm gonna punch myself and beat myself up. Damn, man, like I should have knew better, bro. Yeah, it's annoying for every man across the planet, every human being to get their time wasted is annoying. But and don't get this message misconstrued. It's not like I'm saying I'm never gonna be black and white, as far as to say like, yeah, like that's the whole point of me coming up with the sap game and coming up with the top three, was so I can deduce wasted time and deduce focusing on things that don't build character, which is saying, damn, there's Kim Kardashian. I can't fuck Kim Kardashian. Let me think about how I can't fuck this bitch with a fat ass. Like that's what the average guy is going to sap his energy doing. His focus is going to be on what he can't do or can't obtain. I created a game where every day for 365 days of each year, you can healthily ignore people who don't want you and just sink your teeth into what is um for you, basically. And so you can have a very, very tasty life and just actually enjoy these beautiful women. Because the ones that like you are like the ones that I found that actually be interested, they be so beautiful. It just be like my attention span will always curve towards the hot bitch, the bitch that the one that just look like nasty, like she's just ready to just get crushed. Like I always do it, and I think also the porn might even rig your mind to even to do that, to go down that pathway, because I'm telling you, man, like it's just like this is real life, bro. Like you feel what I'm saying? Uh, Everything matters. Let me see. Don't yell and scream, act stupid like I said to 1 million times. Just leave, or if they started in the car, like we've talked about, the trucker car right back around and take them home. Yeah, it's some situations like that too. And that's the thing, man. That I believe that the top three method that I came up with will really deduce all of those situations. Now, here's the blessing and the curse, or the curse inside of the blessing, right? If y'all start doing the top five thing that I gave you, I mean top three. It's a rapper called Top Five. Top three thing that I gave y'all will realize that, okay, now that I've got rid of all the women that are kind of like um, medium interest in my life, or low to no interest in my life, I'm kind of stuck with women who are so nice and so agreeable and so just, they think I'm hot. They want to fuck every day. That if you do end up in a car halfway to the destination and she throws in some little disrespect, first of all, I believe you should be more confident to check it at that point, because you have zero reason to kiss somebody's ass that's giving you a whole lot of attention. If you're dealing with half interested women, I believe that's when it becomes harder for me to check behavior, because I'm like, this bitch already, I should have already knew that she was the type that she let me, she's just based on certain people, the way they move, you already know, like she might throw a jab at you at some point. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like even the top five thing I mean top three thing that I created, even that could deduce all of those toxic situations too. But yeah, it's gonna be harder too, because you're gonna be like, damn, I didn't expect this very I didn't expect this very nice woman to wig on me today. But I would take the nice woman wigging on me than take the asshole woman wigging on me any day, because at least if the nice woman wigs on you, you're like, you really did something to bother that bitch. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, like you said, you could chastise it if you want, but it depends, man. Maybe you did some loser shit. I think sometimes, especially me being me, sometimes I do shit that deserves a woman to show her stripes, like stand up for herself. You know what I'm saying? I've been in them situations where I've done stupid shit that deserved, because I'm attracted to a woman that stand up for herself. You know what I'm saying? It just, I think if she overdoing it, or she got too much bass in her voice or some shit, then it's like, all right, bitch, you feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what you think this is, you know, but this ain't that, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have to stand up like that in situations too. And they learn fast. Okay, he the type of nigga, he'll really kick me out. He'll really do this, that, and the third. Okay. That's where the respect is birthed, you know what I'm saying? But like you said, Townsend, I think guys got to be a little bit more brittle in terms of discipline. Just because I am a nice guy, so I might have to up the ante in that area, because they have to know I don't want to be on his bad side. They have to know it. But he said, which have bled over into the men having the problems they do have today. Young men, I've discussed this many times with you, bro. Nah, facts. Said it's all about that smile. I'm telling you, and God will direct you if you pay attention to the universe, as my grandpa used to say. That's facts. Oh yeah, don't be ignorant. Ever be a gentleman. I'm gonna carry you so much further than being a braggadocious asshole that usually don't work out too good. But that's not how I run game. Be a gentleman. They love it. Take your time. Keep it casual. Till you get to know this person. I've never been the one night stand guy, even though I was a bouncer at a club for 6 years. So you don't have your fair share of experience and shit, but you don't like the one night stand shit. Like I've told you, in my mind, I have a look like a sweaty absolute dog. It has made no difference. And that's on God. And this happens to me at least every other week. So it's all about smiling. Being a gentleman, these girls just can't resist being a gentleman. So I so a man always takes the higher road. Facts. That's why they don't forget you and keep coming back to good ones. That's real. That's real shit. That's real shit. The shitty ones will fall the wayside. I have never gone online. I'm looking for girls doing it face to face is the best way. None of my sons have dated online because I talk in. Yeah, it was a while. It was for a while. I was telling certain guys like, man, I'm only outside approaching 15 women, and somebody who I rock with, he was like, man, I'm doing this online shit. If he watched this video, he know who he is. And I tell him like, man, I fought with it a little at first, but then I was like, fuck it, because my cousin Ben put me on a Facebook dating years ago, so I was always kind of looking at that. And Bumble, I got off Bumble. Bumble kind of corny. I don't get a lot of matches over there. A lot of these apps require you to pay money for you to really play. So I don't really use the apps that much either, but I do use Snapchat a lot lately. Snapchat has been very fundamental actually, um, inside of my, I don't know if I want to call it hub triangle, like Instagram, Snapchat, and it's one more that I use. But these things, they help because in the winter I don't really like going outside, so they help me to be able to stay in continual conversations with bitches. Because other than that, it's kind of like you gotta really go outside every day and like what just to approach, like of course like that doesn't even really, I mean, for me as a dating coach, yeah, I mean that's my job, so I could go out there and do that without feeling guilty about going outside just to approach women. But I like to have motion, so for me, if I go outside, like I said in this video, I'm trying to go to the gym, library, maybe something I got planned, something that's going on, handle some type of business, and from there it just feel better. Okay, let me stop at Walmart real quick. Let me do one lap around, and oh shit, her shit look fat. Hold on, what's up? What's your name? Da 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 da. You look like you need my Instagram in your phone. I ain't gonna lie. Just switching up the different ways that you get that off. You know what I'm saying? So I think just that, staying in practice, bro. Staying in practice, finding witty ways. I still didn't get to none of these openers at all, and I feel kind of ashamed of myself. You see what I'm saying? This is why I had to come up with that program for the women, because my focus is so easily like deterred that I would never get to it. That's just how I am. Uh, Doing it in person is so much more important. Whether it's a friendship, it's not like we can do with me and you we're doing right now. That would be different. I think I grew up. Yeah, it's a study scientifically proven that people got to spend X amount of time together to become friends and stuff like that. And I don't know if it works online. You know what I'm saying? I know like on Snapchat, if you chopping it up with somebody, I mean, it just depends, man. It's just all about, do we got anything to do when we link up? I think that's more important, the event itself, because people, I know the way my brain work, bro. Like if I'm meeting up and it's like we at the gym, say we go to lift together or something, or somewhere my mind is active, then that's just the way my mind work. It'll make it easier to really like to get to know somebody, like while we're doing something, like okay, like like I don't know if I'm explaining it the right way, but uh some people, they just meet, they go get coffee or some shit. Like that's not really the type of way I would really do that. But that's me knowing my own, like, what makes me feel most like I'm getting to know somebody. It'd be activity involved or some shit. I came from nothing, dude. Nobody ever gave. Nothing will. I've told you this before. Hard work and dedication put me where I'm at. This were no handouts in Townsend Cruz family. The last thing I need is a gym bro. I just finished pulling 2 straight days of nonstop work, other than eating with 4 hours of sleep. That's why I'm on here tonight. I just got home. Yeah, man, the schedule be all over the place sometimes. 2 of my 4 sons have been with the same girl, one for 7 years, one for 8 years. Other two are like that. They just multiple women because they have them at the right one. They haven't met the right wait. They have them. They haven't met the right one, or 2 or 3 like me. Yeah, man, you got some players, man. You got some players on your hands, man. That's respectable though, because that's how I want my son to be. No cap. Or sons. You know what I'm saying? We were dark poor, dude. I didn't get child support. They saw their mothers, but I didn't pay child support because I had them 50% of the time till they got older and wanted to live with me all the time. That's lit. What's good, original bread? I realize I'm younger in those videos, but I think I'm in better shape than I was in those videos, just to be honest. Well, I'm not saying I'm getting the same bed with them both, but you said one live somewhere else and one, pull up and shit, right? They wouldn't like that. That's the ladies they are, okay. But if you be yourself, treat them good, the ones that are worthy of it, expect. I'm sorry, I'm on the shitty Gen X texter. I know a lot of shit comes out wrong because I use the voice stuff, because my fingers are so sore from putting all these outlets in a warehouse for the past. Tonight I can text tonight. I'm trying to let my hands rest, so I'm sorry if things come out sounding stupid. Most important thing is be a man of your word, good or bad, respect, no disrespect. Locke said, would the kid be proud of who you grew up to be? Why or why not? Hell yeah. Who, me? I know you ain't talking about me, man. Man, I'm so proud of who I am, man. I don't even go around talking about it because I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't want nobody to blemish my self-image, nigga. I believe that God, he, what a paintbrush that he had, because I can't even begin to even formulate the amount of words to describe how I feel inside. You know what I'm saying? Um, Birds are real. I'm sure they make some that look like drones today, but birds exist, animals exist. God put them here for us to feed ourselves and keep us company. Um, Locke said you interact with chat or this is a sermon. Both. Fuck you talking about? Would the kid, and he gonna ask the same question. Truth that I'm sharing with you, y'all, from experience. It's not a sermon, it's life experience, and I got the photos to prove it. Look at my Instagram, look at my Facebook, if there's a way. To post the pictures here, I would be just looking at my Instagram page, it'll say everything I say truthful to yourself before anyone else. Not facts. He said, I just wanted to ask a question. Uplifting at that. Yeah, man. I mean, that was a pretty uplifting question you asked. It wasn't really the worst question I heard on here. Chris says hello. What's good, Chris? Preston said, you black. Why I look white? Do I look white? I was thinking that to myself earlier. I said, man, people might be thinking you white. I mean, there's probably some white in me for sure, for sure. But I don't really think about that too much. But there probably is. I gotta go get one of them ancestry things, man. Cause my mom and my dad is both light skinned. My dad is actually darker than my mom. My dad is like caramel color. My mom is like taffy or some shit. I don't know. But a little lighter than my dad. My mom like my skin color. I think I'm like in between both of them. I don't know. When you do things for yourself independently, oh, he said, I am very proud of the man I am today because I have not asked the world for anything except love and respect. I earned my way to everything. And that's what it's all about. Once you doing that, once you earning your own way, you just can't care what people think. It just doesn't exist in the same psychological plane. Like, and that's all I wanted for myself. Like, I never wanted to be a leech. I never wanted to leech off nobody. I always deep down, I think every man deep down, when they really check inside of their heart and their integrity, they don't really care to ask anybody for nothing. You know what I'm saying? They really would rather squeeze the holes that's feeding them from somebody else and go and get it. Like y'all see me right now. Y'all see me right now. This is grinding. You know what I'm saying? Even though I love doing this, so it's not hard laborious work. Like it's not physically breaking my body down. But at the same time, I'm willing, like I said earlier, I'm willing to go back to be a security guard or whatever the case may be. Like, or I'm willing to work, but it's just most men, man, they would rather they want to do it. They want to do it. They don't want to say, oh, I had this handed to me. Or I mean, I feel like most guys have so much ego and pride that they struggle more because of they think like that. You know what I'm saying? Especially like I was born in the 90s. So a lot of niggas, I don't seen a lot of people with a lot of self-respect. Like especially the people from New York and people like they that's like a known thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? So much people hustling and trying to be self-made and shit like that. Like that shit is a known thing across the world. So I don't think nobody really wants to be a leech, but I think some people find themselves in them situations and they don't know how they got there. But when they get themselves out of it, they know never to go back into it. And a lot of people would rather probably die than to ever do that. You know, it's like I think when I get old, I would want my son or daughter to actually kind of take care of me if they can. But I'm not even gonna hold them to that. You know what I'm saying? Because to be honest, I know that if I'm 70 or whatever and they're 30, yeah, I expect for you to come over and wipe my ass. But I don't I don't I don't know. Like I don't know, bro. Like I feel like by the time you're 70, you should have so much money that you could just pay for anything. Like, especially in this generation, like you should just money should never be money shouldn't be something that like your whole life you don't have. Like it should be something that for a quarter of it that you struggle with, or maybe depending on where you come from or what the case is. But after 25 years old, like I wish I would have started earlier, like focusing on money. But we are where we are now. But I never cared about money, so it kind of left me kind of stranded because I never cared about that shit. So, but yeah, man, I'm proud of who I am, like a motherfucker, man. Because even if I fail, you know what I'm saying? That's one thing I learned. Like even in failure, like even if like I for a while looked at myself and damn, like if your life don't ever turn around, you're gonna feel crazy. Um, but still, I loved myself through all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, down and out, still loving myself. You know what I'm saying? Still knowing, because self love, I don't think that could be explained. I think even the art of explaining that it deduces it. I think certain questions people ask bring the worst out of me because it's like, why would you even ask that? Because I don't want to focus on that. I already, people who are confident don't stop to think about if they love themselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't stop and think about that type of shit. That's some new shit. Like in early traditional times, I don't think men were stopping and thinking about that shit. Who got time to stop as a man and think about that? Unless you're genuinely trying to like fix something deliberately. Other than that, I'm so busy, man. We're busy, bro. We're doing what we need to do. It's 24 hours in each day. You don't want to have a lot of time to think unless you're thinking about. I mean, your thoughts aren't bad questions, right? There's no such thing as a bad question. It just that's showing me that when people ask that, don't answer that. Like right now, I'm learning. Like when people ask shit around that, don't even answer that. I think a girl asked me some shit like that before, and it was like a trick question, and I didn't answer it, and I noticed how attracted she was to me because I didn't answer that. I think that's a setup question, like, hey, do you love yourself, or would this person be proud of who you are today? It's like, what the fuck are you asking me? Like, what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? That is like some real, like, ultra manipulative, like weird feminine question. Like, you're presupposing that it's a possibility that I'm not that nigga. Is that what you're doing? Are you trying to be so small and so inconspicuous that you gonna ask that bitch ass question? You know what I'm saying? I think the fact that somebody could even make you question that is already the answer. So I think that question is very poisonous. It's very small, but it's very slick question. Hey, it's like if I'm a girl and I go to a guy, hey, do you think you got what it takes to get my number? It's like, bitch, what are you asking me right now? What are you asking me right now? It's either you just want some attention. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. Like all you gotta do as a man is know you love yourself. Don't ask no other men if they love themselves or if they appreciate who they are today. Like, what type of question is that? And I know on the internet, guys have gotten so comfortable with these interviews and with these church-like questions or these sentimental, spiritual moments. But it's like that's kind of a weird question, bro. But to make a long story short, yeah, I appreciate myself, bro. And I don't think it could be explained. Like I said, I don't think it could be explained because who am I telling that to? It's either gonna be another person who love themselves or another person who don't love themselves. But either way, whoever hears that, why would I even divulge that to somebody? Like they are prompting you to respond to something that could be seen as, oh, it's not even that deep, bro. It's just a question. Like I hate inconspicuous questions. Like I'd rather a question be flat out surface, like, yo, what'd you eat for breakfast today? Than for it to be like fake deep, like fake deep. I hate fake deep. Like, oh, like, would you be proud of who you were? Like, go ask a female that. Go ask your girlfriend that. Go ask a woman you trying to bang that type of question. Don't ask another man that shit. You supposed to know a nigga proud of himself. Coming in here. For you to ask or question that is almost disrespectful. That's almost assuming that we not men or real men. Because real men always going to appreciate who they are. Heterosexual men always appreciate who they are. If something's wrong with you or feminine about you, that's when you say, oh, wait, I need some liposuction. I need this. I was born confident and I'm going to be confident. And as long as I'm confident, I'm healthy. I'm good. There's no question you can ask a man anything. You can't really ask a man no question. You ever heard a man say, man, stop questioning. Don't question me. That's something that I used to hear guys say more when we was younger, because it was a known thing. Like certain losers have loser spirits and they ask the most weirdest, intrusive questions. Like, you know, like women ask that, like, oh, are you okay? Like if they see one little thing, are you okay? Because they're trying to get you to lower yourself into a feminine position. So you can be like, no, I actually feel kind of sick. Like I got a headache or something. And then they're like, now I'm about to start bitching and bullying him because he don't know that he not even supposed to answer that question. Like that, have y'all ever seen a woman get medieval on y'all like that? They'll ask you a question like they care about you and then turn around and start treating you like you the bitch. That's what I was seeing in that question he asked. Would the person that you are today be proud of the person you were when you were a kid? Would you be proud of the person now? It's like, bro, that type of shit can't be answered, my nigga. Like I know I already answered it, but you really just pulled a fast one with that question. You really just pulled a fast one. So now if y'all probably didn't think that would offend me, but it did. But what's good, Ryan? Let me see. Yes, I am very proud of the man. I am. That's what I'm saying. You got my boy Townsend explaining itself to you. We don't even know you. When do you do things for yourself independently? Opinions matter. All other people have no love or respect for you back that you love and respect. You shouldn't care about. That's what I'm saying. The disrespect be in the question. The disrespect is in a lot of questions, bro. Because questions, if you pay attention to the type of questions people ask you, y'all will see how many people out here are either lost, weird, feminine, or actually looking for guidance. But every question is not a bad question. I just think certain questions are just like, it's starting off on a bad foot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I will say it again, a smile, she has, I mean, you'll be taken for hours if the energy is right. Real talk. Don't come in here with dumb shit because I will do my job. People come with respect or don't come in this room. It's that simple. You're here to learn or don't be here. Facts. We're going to stand on business here. I can promise you. I show you some real man shit. If you want to act like a child, we act respectful here. You heard it from him, man. You heard it from him. You heard it from him. Mike Hunt. Man, see, he trolling, man. This is the last thing I would say unless you ask me a question. Lead by example. Action speak way louder than words all day, every day, man. I hope the $50 helped you a bit. It did, man. I appreciate that, man. Real talk. I appreciate that. I'm a very thankful fellow, man. Real talk. I really appreciate that. Yeah, look at some of the videos and me and my best friend getting paid to work in paradise. Me and my sons getting paid to work in paradise. That's what life's about, filling your soul. Facts. I'm definitely going to do that. Check out my other video, Towns on Instagram, the way They post way more than me. I do it only for them. I don't post for me. That's fire. My boys wanted a way to always look back, whether it's saved or whether it's a way gonna always gonna be on Instagram. It's always gonna be on Facebook. Always gonna be on YouTube. Facts. My videos show I'm not your regular person, but being an individual is so important. Facts. Don't be a cow. Be a bull. Uh, my grandpa used to say that's real because the bull gets all the cows. Merry Christmas. Real talk though. The bull gets all the cows, and I normally text with my hands, but they're killing me from putting so much electricity outlet sneaking lines through this enormous warehouse. But I'm with you, my young gun, to you sign off because I, for the first time in many months, do not have to work tomorrow, which is rare. I have turned down work because people have gotten lazy. Making lines through these walls with metal, 2x4s instead of wood is a nightmare, but I ain't scared. Another mark of a man accepting hard to solve problems and figuring it out. Snaking lines for electricity. That's facts. That's facts, man. What's good, Cade? My Instagram is Townsend VA. I bet. Okay. Race should have nothing to do with life decisions. People are people. Love conquers all. Respect conquers all. Is real. And my best friend I know for 30 years. We've been telling each other for the past 10 years. Who would have thought way back when we would have came so far, stand beside each other. Actions speak louder than words. We only need to be enough to get by and be happy, bro. Money does not buy happiness, and I live pretty good. I'm not rich financially, but I have everything a person who want material wise. And it doesn't make you happy. Love and respect makes you happy. And and good people to be around. You makes you happy. It's just paper. It has no emotion. It has no love. People need other people. Called being fake, trying to be aesthetically pleasing, as I call it, when you should be yourself. Faith was good, faith, and not give a shit what other people think. Merry Christmas, Will. Merry Christmas, man. Real talk. I don't celebrate the holidays, but I appreciate you, man. Hope that little $50 helps you and and you wanna make some bucks and have a good time and meet some beautiful Southern women. Come on now, you got my number. We'll come pick you up. And that's why I love you, Will. Got a good head on your shoulders. Your dad should be proud. He really should be a proud of you. Somebody I lead you in the right direction. I hope you thank them. Recall that chinks in the armor. Recall that chinks in the armor, but I ain't scared to answer nobody question. I ain't perfect, man, but I've learned from my mistakes. That's a mark of a man. That's real. as well as learning from the good things that you do, you have to have the yang in the gang to figure it out. There's no good without bad, just like there wouldn't be the devil if there was no God. Hmm. That is real talk, man. That is real talk, Townsend. And yeah, man. I mean, I just read everything you said, man. And yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to say. I feel like you've covered a lot of grounds, man. Covered a lot of grounds. And I don't know what to say, bro. I don't know what to say, man. That was perfectly said. Perfectly said. Uh it's 8:17. Shout out to Townsend. Shout out to Townsend. Shout out to my boy Savage that just came in here. I was gonna read a couple, but okay, so it's eight going on 8:18. So we're gonna try to do this. We're gonna try to do this before 8:30 is here. So I guess that's enough time. I'm gonna read just to close this video out before we go. I'm gonna read a couple of openers, and then tomorrow we'll come back live and do this again tomorrow because we'll just make sure we get this done. I'll bring different. I'll even bring different openers. You know what I'm saying? Just so we can make sure we clean it up a little more and make the video more um, on focus. But this was a wonderful video, and there was nothing wrong with this video. Everything we said in here was some game, and if y'all don't pick up on it, y'all gonna get left behind. It's just the way the game works. Um, so here's some random openers you could use, right? Um, some high quality openers that work because they're observational, playful, and grounded, not try hard or corny. Um, so these are grouped by vibe, so you can choose based on the moment. So smooth and natural, right? Low pressure, high success. These feel like real conversation, not pickup lines. So you might say to a female, "You look like you actually enjoy being here. What's your secret?" I don't know, 1 through 10. I don't see anything really wrong with that. Uh, the next one is random question: what made you smile today? I mean, again, thing I like about these, most guys get out in the real world and they forget all of these shits. Um, I feel like you have good energy. I had to say hi. You seem interesting. This is the next one. It's only four of these. This is the last one of this section. You seem interesting, not in a loud way, in a calm, confident way. Why they work? They validate presence and vibe, not just looks. Next, next category is playful, flirty, light, teasing, confident. Use these when the moment already feels warm. So these are segregated because these are broken down into what you could say to a stranger woman, what you could say to a woman like they just said that's already light, teasing, and confident, and things are already warm. I wanted to point out there's definitely a difference between, and I want y'all to write this down, get this in y'all brain. There's a difference between talking to a stranger and a woman that's warmed up to your game or warmed up to your, because if she's a little warmed up, the conversation, say, the conversation got a little teasing already, you might say, be honest. Are you always looking this charming or is today special? Or you might say, you look like trouble, ... The good kind though. You might say, I'm deciding whether you're more cute or more dangerous. You might say, last but not least, I was going to mind my business, but you ruined that. See that right there? Why these work? They imply attraction without chasing approval. The next category, smart and witty mouthpiece energy. Great if you want to stand out intellectually. You might walk up to her and say, quick poll. Coffee dates or late night walks? You might say, what's something you like that most people don't understand? I wouldn't really ask a strange woman that, but that's a cool question. The third one is, do you believe chemistry is instant or does it build? That's a great one, actually. So I'm a scientific type of nigga. So the fourth one is, what's your green flag that people usually overlook? Why they work, they invite depth, not small talk. And this speaks to me because I genuinely like depth. I do not like small talk. I hate small talk. We got one more category, well, we got two more categories, I think. Merry Christmas. Will call me. You're anytime in Glen Allen, Virginia. Write my number down in a second time I've sent to you, man. I never thought I would have made a connection with somebody like I have with you online. And all my sons think is wonderful. And that's why I'll pop this they say, because I lead by example. Yeah, man, for sure. We're gonna definitely get that traveling in there, man. That ain't even no question, man. We're gonna definitely get that traveling in there. Like I said, man, we're gonna hit every state actually, but you know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta worry about it, big bro. We're gonna definitely make it happen. We're gonna make it happen, Captain. You feel what I'm saying? Uh in fact, I think that might even be enough openers for tonight because the next one is observational, elite tier if done right. Comment on something specific but not sexual. That's a bold choice, Mike. You said that's a bold choice. Most people wouldn't pull that off. See, I wouldn't say that. It says you carry yourself like you know exactly where you're going. I probably wouldn't say that either, but it's not bad. The third one is you seem like someone who's seen some things. You seem like someone who's seen some things. I don't know about that one either. I don't really like observational that much because it seems like you were stalking the bitch before you said something. The last one is you don't blend in. I noticed that. Like, how do you notice that? You know what I'm saying? How do you notice that? Why they work specific over generic. I don't think specific is sexy. Like when you're telling jokes and being comedic, going into specific detail is funny. But when you're trying to mac a bitch, like being specific isn't really to me personally, it's not really, I mean, it depends. I think if you're seductive with the specificness, it's more attractive. But if you're just, if it's an opener and it's very specific, it could be like, okay, was this nigga just standing over here watching me while I was going in this? Like if you're in the middle of ShopRite and she's grabbing some Crustables out of the fucking freezer and she got all that ass on her and you're like, you don't blend in, I noticed that. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? She's gonna think you're weird. So I wouldn't, a lot of the observational openers, again, if it's done right, it's done right. If it's not done right, don't be a yes man. Be your own man. Nah, for real. But yeah, man. And last but not least, we got directional but calm, high masculine polarity, short, grounded, no fluff. So you could go with, hey, what's your name? You might go with, I wanted to meet you. I'm glad I did. You might go with, you caught my attention, so I'm introducing myself. You might go with, I don't usually do this, but you felt worth it. Now, I'm not going to go with that last one, but I like the other three. Why they work. Confidence without apology. Now, I'm going to be honest. I used to only think of the word boldness in that situation. But I'm happy that they just said that because I could replace that word boldness with that. Confidence without apology is attractive. Confidence without apology. That's what it is. Boldness is not something any guy could do because every guy is just not that. And also, if she knows you and she knows, this is why most guys say, I can approach a woman I don't know, but if I'm in the friend zone, I can't really tell a woman I like her because they don't see themselves as bold because they're not really a bold person. You see what I'm saying? Townsend, they're not a bold person. Everybody's not bold, but every man, especially, can have confidence. A woman can too, but confidence without an apology, that's something anybody can do, and it's gonna feel like it's gonna come across and hit the same markers in her body as if you're a bold guy. So if you want to be the bad boy type, go for confidence without apology. Don't try to be bold. They sound alike, they look alike, they feel alike. They're downloaded the same way from the person who's observing the person. But even with me, I see myself, I mean, I could be a bold motherfucker though, because growing up, I had some bold moments. But it might have just been confidence without apology. But I didn't look at it like that. I look at it as bold, but same thing. But I like the way they worded it, confidence without apology. Because most guys, they don't even got confidence. So they damn sure don't got confidence without an apology. You know, when you get into that, that's that more, primal shit that come out of the bitch. It says one rule that matters more than the line. Tone plus eye contact plus body language. A basic line said calmly beats a clever line said nervously. So yeah, we're gonna talk more about that too coming up soon. But we're gonna get into these other openers. It says you're 100% right, and what you actually said hits the core most people miss. If she already perceives you as attractive, grounded, confident, then even a simple hey lands different. At that point, the opener isn't doing the work. Your presence already did. Attraction first, words second. When sexual polarity plus confidence are already felt, anything you say feels good to her. When attraction is uncertain, openers help stimulate curiosity and emotion. So if a woman's highly attracted, you might say hello and she get excited. If a woman is neutral attracted, you might hit her with an opener and it might equal a spark. If a woman's low attraction, you might say no opener. If a woman's low attraction, no opener saves it, meaning there's nothing you can fucking do. And a lot of guys struggle with that because they can't imagine a world where they can't say anything to do anything about something. Because men, we're solution-minded people. So it's like, if you can't do anything to influence that woman, you might as well just walk away from that woman because the logical brain says, I can do something. You can't. Why openers still matter? Openers aren't magic words. They're emotional accelerators. They give her something to react to. Signals social intelligence. Creates a frame. Playful, calm, dominant, curious. They don't create attraction out of nothing. They amplify what's already there. The real hierarchy, this is key. How to feel about yourself. How you feel about yourself. How you carry your body and voice. Eye contact and pacing. Then the words. That's why a sexy man can say nonsense and still win, and why a nervous man can say something clever and still lose. High level, move, advanced. If you know she's already finds you attractive, say less, slow down, let silence breathe. This is where most guys are going to be horrible. I'm not gonna lie. And this is why I really want to make this video, because it's like playing chess, right? If you already got her where you want her, you should, like me and Townsend, text a bitch back slow, because that's what we do. That's already how we move, which actually signals high status, actually signals that we're used to women being on our nuts. which is probably why I really deep down move that way. But like a lot of women will frame it like, I'm bored. Why don't you text so slow? Because she knows, deep down, she know like it's a chance that this nigga believes in himself. That's why he not doing that. But they'll rather see, women are a little better than guys at like certain things. I'm not saying they're better or worse, but they're different. Like they'll break that shit off if depend on the woman. But that's why we want women who allow us to text them slow. Not saying we texting them days later, but text them, how we text, how we move, the tempo we move at, and still loves you or likes you because you are who you are. You move how you move. Let me see. But yeah, if you know she's already found you attractive, which most guys can't see because they're fucking blind, say less, slow down, let silence breathe, lead instead of impressing. Sometimes the most stimulating opener is look at her, smile slightly, and say her name. You're already thinking, oh, calibration level. Let me see. No, it's called you have a nut sack like you supposed to. You're gonna make mistakes. All men do. Let those nuts hang. You have no regrets, even. We all been told no by a woman, but if you don't talk to her, you don't get yes or no. Yeah, that's another good one from Uncle Lenny and Grandpa. Rather to try and fail than not try. That's real. He said eye contact is so important. I definitely I use eye contact, but I don't use it. You know what I'm saying? Like I do it, but I don't purposely do it. But I think I need to practice more voice tone and eye contact. I think every man could use a little practice. Eye contact is so important. That's how I pull the smile thing off. Okay. Now I see what you're saying. For so many years, eye contact, I put that number one on the list. Just from the okay. Shout out to Towns, man. Shout out to Town with that game right there. He said he put on number one on the list, eye contact. What about tonality? I put tonality number one. I'm not gonna hold you. I was just thinking that yesterday. I said to myself, I said, God damn, because I know when my voice sounds shaky and very quiet. And I see the way women move when I'm talking like that. And they move like, I'm not attracted. Like they already know they're not fucking with me. But when I'm talking in a way that is more from the diaphragm and more dominant, they could be thinking that they don't like you, but they not gonna not not to say they scared, but it's a real man female dynamic is what I'm trying to say. So it's like it catches them in the, if they was gonna reject you, they're like, oh well, I don't even know if he's the type of guy I either would reject or could reject. Then it buys you more time because they're like, well, at least he's a man, at least he's talking like a fucking man. But if you was talking, hi, my name is Will. What's your name? She's like, I feel like I'm the man. Like I feel like I can yell and scare you away from me. Like, so I think that's important, man. Like the guys I knew growing up that had a lot of game, their voices was very, and I said this in a video before, um, about Tupac and stuff like that. Um, which, people who talk loud tend to be a little bit more charming and shit like that. They tend to get more. Kanye West is another one. Like people who just have a voice, man. I gotta work on my voice some more. I feel like it's always a good thing. But yeah, but between eye contact and voice tone, those things will take you very far, very far. Most guys just don't do it. They just don't. Again, first of all, they don't even talk to a lot of women, so they don't even got the chance to do it. But um, number one, uh, so this basically started breaking it down into like three different sections, and basically like they were trying to break it down like into three different modes to use. Um, they're trying to show you basically it's just saying hello to a woman enough. And what situations is saying hello enough? What situations is saying like, do you need to say more and shit like that? It says one, the 3 second calibration test. Read this fast. Before you speak, notice one thing. Sign, hello is enough. She locks eyes and doesn't break first. Her face softens. She orients her body towards you. She slows down instead of rushing. These are little signs you can see. It says your move. You might calmly say, "Hey." Pause and let her fill the space. This is where, again, I believe this is where most guys are gonna crash their plane all the time. Because think about how many women y'all actually run away from y'all. Not saying that because guys are again either going too direct, letting her know he want to sniff her panties on the first time of seeing her, or he is actually doing the opposite and fucking spinelessly moping around her and asking for her number or some shit. But just saying hey, especially if she's giving you some signals, like you just say hey, like that could go real deep into her vagina. Just saying hey, if you feel like she's already making eye contact with me, or just saying hey, because I think the most powerful thing a human being can have is grounds. And you don't lose no grounds by saying hey at all. In fact, it shows the grounds that you stand on. Signs you need a stimulating opener, neutral eye contact, no emotion. She's distracted or half engaged, closed or angled body position. Most women y'all gonna meet gonna be in some type that type of body. 90% of women y'all meet are not gonna be facing y'all this way, especially at the gym, especially at the library, especially at Walmart, Target. I mean, most women, this is what they're the masters of: body deception, body language deception. Like, you got to get them interested for them to start to do that a lot of times, which is the shoulders facing your shoulders and shit like that. Fast paced, guarded energy. That's another thing I noticed. Like, if a chick's not that interested, her pace is going to be very fast instead of slowing down and talking at this speed with you. But this is why it's so important that y'all slow y'all fucking nervous asses down too and draw her into your tempo, which is why you got to have a mouthpiece, because if she's there to buy Hollister at the mall and you're there to talk to women, y'all are on two different types of fucking vibrations. So you got to kind of talk. You got to kind of slow the fuck. You got to have a way of talking. Let me see. I'm still doing this at 50 girls bringing me water, bear food, and these are complete strangers. Be working on a job, and the girls to show up from around the area I'm working in. So you got that much game. You got that much game, huh? Would you say okay? I'm on a block working at least one or two girls during the summer. We're gonna show up from somewhere on the block. Are you thirsty? And I'll be looking like a sweaty dog. The older I get, I figured out it's not how you looking today. It's the fact that you're out here working in this heat, and it just turns them girls on like a light. No, all jokes aside, I ain't gonna lie. Like I always say, anytime a man is business or on some type of, like, they call it purpose, and nowadays, like, you know, whatever it is, like, I found that even by me going live on YouTube and doing more of this shit, like, I don't found that a lot of women are, it kind of puts their back against the wall because they're like, okay, I know he's not on my nuts. You know what I'm saying, even though, like you said, I'm not sweating, I'm not doing those things, but the fact that my attention, this is why I came up with the sap concept of sapping your energy, sapping your focus. I might have approached you, bitch, but I'm busy, bitch. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm busy. Like, I don't got time for that stupid ass shit that these other guys, they're gonna go to Walmart, they're gonna talk to the, like, most of the guys that would approach the chick I approached the other day in Walmart would have approached her. They would have got in their car after, they would have sat in their car, because I ate something after that. I had like some Chipotle or some shit. They would have ate that and been thinking about that bitch the whole day. See what I'm saying? I knew I'm no different than those guys, but I'm going to turn that shit off or down as much as possible. Because yes, I do want her to hit me back up, but I'm not going to get trapped in that energy of wanting her to hit me back up. Lo and behold, she never hit me back up. So how much energy from 2 days ago would be trapped in or sent out to her or released because I'm focusing on something I can't even control? Nah, what I did was I ate my food. I went to the mall, went in the mall, walked around, obviously approached a couple more chicks, and just have fun. I think it was like, what was last week was like kind of like people was Christmas shopping. So, you know, I kind of was still in the mix, and then it was around 7, it started getting dark outside. So I left. As I left, I approached, it was another chick that was walking. I sent something to her, got her Instagram, kept it moving, went to, I forgot where I went after that. I went back. I went to Walmart again. And then, I don't even really remember where I met that. Where did I meet that last chick at? Oh yeah, left, went down the street towards my crib, went to Stop and Shop, approached some more women, like 3 or 4 more, before they closed or whatever, or before they, I don't even think that was closing yet. It was like only 8 o'clock. But long story short, I tell guys, approach 15 women. That's what I mean. You're not just standing in front of somewhere approaching. Well, I started doing that at first, but I'm on this channel. But I'm saying, like, now I don't figure it out. Like, okay, well, you do it in passing. You know, you don't want to stand in front of target. You know what I'm saying? You can do that every once in a while, but you want to stay in motion. And that's what you're talking about, Townsend, about women seeing a man in motion. Sweating is a sign. Masculinity is a sign. Being too busy for her is a sign. Just not sitting around hoping for anything is a sign. That's the biggest sign. And that's where the SAP concept came from. Selective admiration protocol. Because when the night ends and it's dark outside, I'm looking at my Instagram or whatever, and I'm saying, okay, I got 3 messages, or I got 6 or 7 requests, or 7, new friends on wherever. And I DM all them chicks at the end of that night. What's up, baby? What you doing? What's up? What you doing? What's up? Doling that shit out. And by the time the next day come, or even that night, some of them will hit you back up. But again, it's like you said, it's like, what you were saying. Yeah, I found that by me having even the YouTube shit, that like, okay, my focus is not on them so intensely. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's easy for your focus to be very sharp, like a knife, and just be like, it'll just be like, oh my God, I need that bad bitch. Oh my God, like, and then when you find, okay, I'm changing the topic. I'm on YouTube. I'm watching this. Your focus is still over here on the bitch, because you can't wait to get back to the bitch. So it's just like, you have to literally either have a program or like I said, like the shit I put in place, or you gotta have something that reminds you that there wouldn't be no bitch if it was no me. No, I had to approach her. There wouldn't be no. This is just another day in the neighborhood. This ain't nothing special about no bitch unless you think it is. You know what I'm saying? That's more so the concept or the conception, the thought, the idea. That's the idea. Because you already know other men don't care about that bitch that you think about. You might not even think that deep, but I think that deep, right? Not you, Townsend, but I'm saying other guys may not even think that deep. Because at one point, I didn't really consider those things. But another man don't even want her at all. She'll have to tie him to a bed and take it in order for her to get it from that guy. But you crave, you want it. So I put that in place to keep guys in line as well, like keep guys more masculine instead of in their feminine lust, because that's what will naturally take place if you don't really do that. You know what I mean? So it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Uh, and it don't matter if I'm in Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, all my mom's life. I don't lie because I hate liars, and I don't hate many things but lies. Other mark of not a good man and a woman, you should not have to lie to people. It's not good for the soul or the mind. And you might think I'm crazy for saying this. I have literally not told a lie about anything over 30 years. Probably more, but when you live your life without those kind of nasty habits and traits, treat people with honor and respect, it's going to cycle back. I'm not saying that people are always going to appreciate it, but they're not going to. But that's what makes you see the good ones, whether it's friendship, love, relationships, or relationships, whether they're relationships, a girl you just want to hit and go, or a girl every over time you start to care about honesty shines like a beacon in the dark. Always keep the light on your soul, keep information from people that whatever area you want to learn about. Current lines, there are no stupid questions, Christopher, because you can't learn shit that you can't learn shit that you don't know about unless you see somebody that's doing what you want to learn about. You have to ask questions that's what's wrong with y'all generation. And I've told you this, y'all get beat down just for asking basic questions. Where a lot of you younger people, and I've seen it, my sons bitch about it. With no experience. To learn things, you have to ask questions from the people that are doing what you want to learn. And there are no stupid questions. Like Grandpa used to say, you can't learn without asking. Never feel beneath somebody because you want to learn something that you seen happen, that you want to know about. They can say no, but you have to try. I have girls texting you like, if you care for a girl, show up, help her out physically and mentally. Man, I see you ain't said nothing wrong, man. I think people are just weird, bro. Like I see what you saying, Townsend, but it's just like as I look at what I brought, like, cause I'm like, should I read this or should I finish reading this? But it's like, okay, I was before we had went into that, Townsend. We was talking about like certain type of openers that could be used, and like depending on if the woman is showing you some interest, what people will call choosing signals, or say you got signs you need a stimulating opener, or you know shit like that. But this had just spoke to me because it says, if she's showing no emotions, neutral eye contact, she's disengaged. Say you see a woman at the library, like we set up here, right? uh I'm a lifestyle and dating coach, and a woman at the library, right? She might be on the phone, or she might be looking at a book, or she might be distracted with something. And it says your move, use one light stimulus to shift emotion. One light stimulus to shift emotion. So that would be the type of opener you're using. So a lot of people brains won't even tell them to a lot of people brains won't even tell them to like they won't compute like what to say in a given situation. So an example, like say I'm talking to a chick at the library and I say something like, I say, you look focused. What's on your mind? Right? Can I say that to a stranger? Yes or no? Townsend, I'm gonna let you answer. If I'm in the library, a chick is looking at a book, I'm next to her, I'm looking at my book, and I say, you look focused. What's on your mind? Does that make me weird, intrusive, or does that make me somebody potentially she might uh, talk to? Because remember, I think most guys are just overthinking everything, because something like that will probably lead to her saying something like, no, I'm just looking at this book. You say, you look focused. What's on your mind? No, I'm just looking at this book. This book is about, she that might lead to further conversation, which is what most guys want. Nah, Townsend, everything we talk about is so that guys don't have to be in competition. I think competition is natural when guys don't know what to say. I think when they know what to say, competition dies. Or the other example was, quick question before you disappear. Quick question before you disappear. I don't know why somebody would say that, but like I guess 2 modes you should never master. Mode A, minimalist. When attraction is present, say less, lead more. You might say, hey, what's your name? Nice to meet you. Then silence plus eye contact. Why it works. You're not chasing stimulation, you're allowing it. Mode B, stimulating. When attraction is neutral, 1 sentence, then stop. You might say, you seem different in a good way. You might say, you have calm energy, I notice. You might say, you look like you know what you want. Then pause. Let her respond to you. 3, the mistakes to avoid important. Don't stack lines. Don't feel silence. And when they say don't feel silence, I feel like people shouldn't even. Silence is a tricky thing. I remember I made a live video called Don't Fear the Lull. Like a lot of people may not speak in that silence, but they will. You got to consciously not feel in silence because you could easily still be weird. Like, okay, so if it gets silent, you gotta. Silence is less about saying or not saying something. Silence is more about what your body and your energy might be saying, because your energy could spill like, oh, I really want her to say something back in that silence, and then that's what she hears. Like, so like that's why I say approach 15 women a day, because I feel like the last woman I approached the other day is the one that I got the most respect from. You feel what I'm saying? I feel like once your energy is the non-verbal, you know what I'm saying? So feeling in silence is something that happens when you think or assume that you're not getting what you want. And I hope that don't go over none of y'all head. That's so much game in that one sentence. I'm gonna have to talk about that again tomorrow. But it says silence is don't entertain too early. Stimulate, pause, observe. That's the 3P. Stimulate, pause, observe. Most guys pause, observe, then try to stimulate. That's the wrong order. Stimulate, come in like a man and stimulate off the rip. See, that what's crazy is this is more about your energy, and this is more about training yourself to be right, even when you're wrong. Because there's no right and wrong. You're a man, she's a woman. You can't be wrong. The wrong is in the energy. And the energy is connected to the algorithm of how you're talking to her. So most guys pause, observe, then try to stimulate. You want to stimulate, pause, observe. Then repeat that. Stimulate, pause, observe. Stimulate, pause, observe. At no point in your 24 hours should that order be thrown off. Because women are trained to say something, and this is what they call a shit test, out of pocket or weird at some point, that mixes up that order to where now you're going into the bitch made pause, observe, or observe, pause, and then try to stimulate. No, you want to come in, stimulate, pause, observe. Then maybe you count to 3, 1, 2, 3, whatever she said back, or you count to 5. And then when she said that bullshit that fly out of her lips, you go ahead and do it again. Stimulate again, pause again, observe again. As you continue to do that over time, she'll be like, oh my God, this guy is so sexy. And it's nothing different about you. You're the same person. It's just the way that you're communicating your nonverbals. All by with that order right there. I'll call that the NVG, nonverbal game. Stimulate, pause, observe. Stimulate, pause, observe. Stimulate, pause.